Hello, guys. Welcome back to Talking Movies with Dion. And today we are joined by our dearest friend, Erik, the Asian Movie Enthusiast.
Hello.
Erik.
Who's right there. I'm starting to get used to the mirroring after a few weeks now. And what a topic we've got for you to get today, guys. This is probably the best era of cinema. We've been talking about it all week, and it was a tough list to make. But yeah, welcome, Erik.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
you come back anytime, Erik.
Yeah, the door's always open. The door's always open for you.
See, this decade was kind of tough for me because I think that some of the highly acclaimed films, even like the Academy choices for like Best Picture, a lot of them are solid, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of aligned. Whereas a lot of other decades, it might be even just a little bit easier to kind of narrow it down because I'm like, oh, well, I don't agree with those highly acclaimed films, so those are out on my list. This one was a little tougher because I have a lot of highly acclaimed films and popular films that were really trying to get in there.
Yeah. I think the best thing to think about the 70s is like it was the beginning of the blockbuster, wasn't it? Really, and like all those like what you would consider cult back then, maybe like 70s, 80s is now like mainstream, like Halloween, Exorcist, Jaws. But a good year, good times. But we're 10 in already. So we got Gung Fu, hello Gung Fu. Hello, Nisa, even though we know it's not Nisa.
Yeah.
Hello, Rocky. Hello, Nazrin Prod. Nazrin Prod has joined the Love Exposure Love Fest. He watched it and he loved it.
Ooh, nice.
Wonderful.
Welcome to the club, bro. We don't have any cards yet, but I'm sure we'll get some made.
Hello, Dimitri.
Hello, my Russian friend. Well, half Russian. He was very sad today because the new animated Scooby-Doo movie came out on VOD, but it only came out on VOD in America, so he's missing out right now because he was desperate to get some Scooby-Doo in his life. Carl's in the chat. Hello, Carl. How are you today, my friend? I've still not seen Gamora. I think that's why he's not messaged me recently because I've still not watched Gamora. I will watch it though. I assure you, when I have time. Who else is here?
You guys watched many movies this week?
I'm still on 2 a day.
I was a little less this week for some reason. A little less this week. But yeah, I've been hitting at least one a day, at least, possibly two.
No, I did watch Thingy. Sorry, Carol.
No, go on.
No, you go first. I watched my first Mizoguchi movie today.
Oh yeah.
Utamaru and his 5 women. I was going to say 5 wives. It's pretty cool. I was really intrigued by it. Elliot Cohen actually recommended it recently, I think. So I gave it a go. It was really interesting. But I really want to watch Streets of Shame. Have either of you seen Streets of Shame by Mizoguchi?
I thought I did, but I can't find it.
That one sounds interesting as well. But did you get?
No, I've not.
Did you get the? Have you had? You've had your. Oh yeah, I saw you've had your post as well, haven't you? Oh, Andre. Hello, Andre.
Yeah.
You happy with it?
Everyone's been messaging me like I'm still waiting for mine. In fact, even Andre, everyone's still got theirs in China, or it's just landed in UK or wherever. But yeah, I was really happy. I mean, there are issues with the remastering, which I don't really notice, but everyone, those Blu-ray experts seem to have a few issues with the remastering. I think it looks really good. But that's another director you should get into, Ho Xiao Shen. Dion.
Yeah, I did order that Ho Xiao Shen, the early DVD thing, Blu-ray.
The Eureka one, yeah.
Yeah, I've ordered that, so I'm gonna give that a whirl when it arrives. I got the Funeral Parade of Roses BFI this morning, but I haven't opened it up yet. But I'm still eager to see the extras on it, because obviously I've seen it so many times by now. But yeah. Oh, okay. So we have a hello from Nisa herself. Okay,
Yeah.
she said hello Dion and hello Erik, but no hello Dad.
No. She comes in sometimes while I'm doing the stream. And she starts doing this weird dance, and I'm trying not to laugh because she's like, yeah.
I've got my door behind me, so I've got no clue what's going to happen eventually. Maybe somebody may walk through that door. You never know. Yeah. There you are. Stiff Kitten says, Life of a Horror first, Dion. Okay.
Yeah, I like that movie. So sad.
Okay. Now you've got a hello, Daddy.
Life of a Haru is quite a depressing movie, but it's so beautiful. Toshiro Mifune's in it as well.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, I rewatched Ran. First time I watched it in a very, very long time. But yeah, I still stand on my. I love the set pieces. I love the color. I love how he uses color in that movie. It's amazing. But I just felt like at times it's a bit of a slog for a King Lear adaptation. Yeah. I still like it, but it's like one of those that you'd have to be in the mood to watch again, like anytime soon. But I'm still a Throne of Blood guy. I think still my favorite of his Shakespeare's like adaptations. In one's humble opinion, but yeah. What else? Mike's First Love today. So good, loved it. Yes, Andre. Welcome to the First Love Club. Also,
yeah, we got a lot of love for First Love.
There is a lot of love for First Love. Like, oh man, I still remember going to see that, laughing my head off. Did you get the UK Blu-ray for it?
Not yet. Do you know what? I'm holding out for something a bit special. If not, I'll just get the UK Blu-ray. But I would love to see a nice edition of it.
It's a yellow Amaray, you know. It's fancy. but it's a slim case though. But they haven't cut it properly, so there's like a bump on it. So
I see.
It. Yeah, it's one of those dodgy situations. Okay. Do we feel like we've waited enough for people to turn up? Or
yeah, how are you guys feeling? Should we jump into it? Should we do one each?
Let's do the circle of death. Trifecta of death, sorry. How's that? You know, yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay. 1970s, let's go.
Okay. First on my list is something of a guilty pleasure from a series that is so big. It's not the best one in the series, but it's my personal favorite. Is Zatoichi Meets Yojimbo by Okamoto. I know some people don't like this movie. I personally absolutely love it. It's got two of the big stars in it. It's you got Shintaro Katsu and Toshiro Mifune. Mifune coming back, I think, for his second to last performance as Yojimbo, but he's really good in it. He's so funny. It's got elements of comedy in there. It's got this whole dynamic of a father and son at war with each other, and you got Zatoichi and Yojimbo right in the middle of it all. Oh, I love this film. I don't know if you've seen it, guys. I know probably Eric's probably seen it.
Yeah,
I think it was Check-Ins XL.
Yeah. I had to remind myself what I thought of it. It was good. I liked it. I think that maybe a few parts in the middle maybe could have been tightened a little bit on the pacing.
There is an issue with the pacing. Yeah, I mean, I know it's not perfect, but it's just something of a guilty pleasure for me.
Well, I mean, just seeing those two in the same film is enough of kind of a treat. And there was some good sword fighting, especially near the end. I think I remember. So I liked it.
Yeah, that big brawl. Yeah.
No bad Zatoichi films. So
no, there isn't.
Pick any of them.
Yeah.
Dimitri's asking, is that in the Criterion set?
It is actually. I think it's disc number 20.
20.
Off the top of my head.
funnily enough, I did watch it. I had watched like a fake trailer for it. It looked quite cool. I'm just actually checking to see if it's on Criterion. I think it is actually.
It is, yeah.
Because they're all there on Criterion Channel, I think. Yep. Yeah, it's that. Okay. Since it's a guilty pleasure for you, I'm sure I'll have a good time in it.
I don't even know if it qualifies as a guilty pleasure because I think it's a good film.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the rest of them, I mean, whenever I talk about it with other people that love the Zatoichi set, they go, "That's your favorite one?"
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not the best one, in terms of filmmaking, but yeah.
Would you say in Japanese cinema was there many crossovers within like this kind of cinema before that though? Was that like obviously you get it a lot with like kaiju movies, like
character wise,
but yeah, or was it quite seldom?
Well, they did a crossover with the one-armed swordsman and Zatoichi.
Right, I remember that.
I'm trying to think any other.
Those are the only two that come to mind.
Yeah,
in terms of like the big boys.
Yeah. So it's quite unique then, really, when you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool, actually.
But there is some form of Yojimbo in Kitano's Zatoichi. But obviously he's not classed as Yojimbo. He doesn't even go by the. But
so it's the Freddy versus Jason of the Japanese cinema movement.
Well, King Kong versus Godzilla was around too.
Yeah,
King Kong was, well, yeah, actually, yeah, it is. That's true. Damn, I forgot about that one. I personally don't like that one, but yeah, I do like my monster movies, but that one was. Yeah.
The original Japanese cut is in the Criterion set, and it's a little bit better, I think, than the American cut.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if it's on Criterion Channel right now.
It's not like a huge improvement, but it flows a little bit better, I think.
Oh, really? Okay, cool. Interesting. It is. No, I can't find it. No, it's not there. No, it's not there. Nope. Sadness. Oh well. I'm just gonna have to spend £200 to watch it. Anyway, Eric, what's your first choice?
I'm going to hit you with a big one right from the start. The French Connection, 1971. Nice. Directed by William Friedkin, starring Gene Hackman and Roy Scheider. This one, I've always really enjoyed this one, even when I was younger. And then I rewatched it again a few years ago and added it to my collection. And it's just like, it's like a lot of films on my list blend the crowd-pleasing type film with high quality. And I think that does that here. I mean, it's really, really intriguing story. I like the characters in it, and it's got like two huge set pieces. The one is the car chase against the elevated train, which is freaking awesome.
Yeah.
And then the other one that I always love, it's one of my favorite surveillance sequences when they're tailing a suspect, and they have like half a dozen cops that got to keep passing each other off. Because if you have one guy following a suspect, they're going to notice. So you got to keep like. And that was a nice, long, really cool scene that I remember that I really liked. And I just love this flick.
Yeah, it was actually on my list. Now I have to take it off. Yeah, it is.
Oh no,
no! Don't worry, I've got extras on my list because I know we're going to cross over at some point.
Yeah, I got a few extras too.
Yeah, but yeah, that is an absolute joy. I mean, Gene Hackman is phenomenal in this film. Yeah. Absolutely amazing.
Hackman was mental, like during this period. Anyway, he was just like in everything big, wasn't he? So
yeah.
Gene Hackman, crazy. Oh man, yeah. It's been such a while since I watched French Connection as well. A long time. I watched him. Have you seen The Conversation with him?
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
Oh, spicy. Loved it. Good old Gene Hackman. I love it. But yeah. Not so much love for French Connection in the chat. I thought maybe there'd be a bit more.
Really?
Nobody's saying anything yet about French Connection. Anybody seen French Connection in the chat? I'm intrigued to know now.
Oh, it's fantastic. If you haven't seen it, I'd say you gotta watch it, man.
It's like one of those must watches, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like,
Do you know? I was watching something about one of my choices, and it had a freaking talking about Fukusaku, and how he said you could have put Fukusaku and he would have directed French Connection pretty much the same way, because it was his style of directing as well. And freaking it's such an amazing film. Absolutely love it.
Yeah,
I think one of my last Western Blu-rays that I bought as well, French Connection. It's brilliant.
Really?
Yeah.
What have we got? Dimitri says, still haven't seen it, sadly. Going Fu says, I prefer the Chinese Connection. Jamez says, fantastic film. Can't help that French Connection is a masterpiece. Okay. See, people are more intrigued. Keep talking in the comment section. We want the comment section alive today for a change.
Yeah.
Last week was a bit quiet because Erik was too busy mentioned on his dinner.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to hit off with an absolute banger, in my opinion. Okay. That's Pasolini's Salò, 120 Days of Sodom.
If the comment section wasn't already a cesspit.
Right. But I'm going to, I feel like I can't articulate it the way I did when I wrote this. So I'm going to read what I said about it, okay? But personally, I've rewatched Salò a few times, and I do generally find it a really interesting piece, okay? So bear with me on this. Yeah. Okay, if you pull all the Salòs and pleasantries aside, this film has a few interesting points to it. There is no redemption or justice in the film. Our villains are like pests, and they appear, they indulge, they vanish, just like locusts, and leave a path of destruction behind them, and then leaving the youth of tomorrow to have to deal with it. Then the tragedy of this film is that our elders just don't really give a shit about what the future brings, and they just take. Salò boils down to corruption and slaughter of the innocent. It shows fascism for what it truly was, an evil, ultimately destructive. Salò doesn't sugarcoat or try to obscure the truth. It shows atrocities that only man is capable of, and yes, the feeling of violation on the part of the viewer, and that is what Pasolini was going for. That is my summary of Salò, 120 Days of Sodom.
Good summary.
So,
yeah.
Thank you. But I always go back to that because it's the only way I can fully describe how I feel about Salò. But I do like Pasolini as a director in general. He's one of those directors that balance the cuff between, he's made one film that the Vatican City sees to be one of the most biblical films in the Gospel according to Matthew, but then got trashed and tarnished for making Salò, and then was murdered for being a gay man, basically, allegedly. So Salò is my first choice. Guys, you seen Salò?
Do you know, I've not seen it in so long, but
yeah,
every time a YouTuber reviews it, they completely diss it, and it's the same that goes with Realm of Senses as well.
Yeah,
I think the two movies do get trashed a lot because of subject matter.
I saw it for the first time a few years ago, and I liked it. Just judging it from you talked a lot about the thematic depth of it. When I look at just the character interaction, I thought it was kind of interesting because you have like these people who are just reprehensible, but they have like this inner like high culture. They're almost like they act almost kind of sophisticated in their reprehensibility, and I found it to be kind of interesting. Yeah, I like that. It was pretty cool. Obviously, some scenes are a little hard to sit through, but I found it interesting. I liked it.
There's a reason why it's Gaspar Noé's favorite movie of all time.
Yeah, that's no surprise, right?
Yeah, I think it's fascinating, but yeah, definitely. Well, okay, the chat is a bit wild about Salò. Then what have we got? Total banger. It's truly a banger. It was quite was quiet because I wasn't here. Hell yeah, Salò is awesome. My favorite from the 70s. Salò is incredible. Dimitri says, Cal Hopday, there are certain films that I feel I should always watch on my own, and Salò is one of them. Yes, very true. Nazarin Prod says Salò is great. I saw it at the GFT with a friend and we laughed our heads off. That disturbed the rest of the audience. Yeah, I can imagine that. Pasolini's Diary from Rome is so peculiar. I highly recommend that read. I've not actually read that one, but I'm going to finish my Pasolini journey in the next few weeks. So, Gung Fu, not seen it. Gung Fu, since you love talking about very profane things,
you would love this.
You would love Salò. Highly recommend it for you, Gung Fu. Please go. It's a journey and a half. Chris Mark says, I recently watched Night Moves with Hackman. It's fantastic in that too. Great movie. I've not actually seen Night Moves with Hackman. Anybody else seen that one?
I have not. I'll put it on my list.
Mm.
Okay, yeah, definitely me too. Renee says, Dion gets brownie points for picking Salò. Thank you very much. Ding, ding, ding. Nazarin Pro says, I did a video on Salò and it was a rave. Okay, I will go and check that out.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
Yeah, I might actually have to add to the conversation eventually on that one. But yeah. Anyway, number 2, Hus.
Okay, next up was the beginning of a series of films, which is probably the greatest series of films that of its kind. It is Kinji Fukasaku's Battles Without Honor and Humanity, with 2 of the coolest guys from Japan. You had Bunta Sugawara and Hiroki Matsukata, which is, you know, what can I say about these films? I mean, they were Yakuza films that just were so, I think, so ahead of its time, especially for Japanese cinema. I mean, you had all these great Japanese directors that knew how to shoot film, but the way that Fukasaku films is just so immersive, and the way he brought you into this the politics, the economic struggles of these people. I mean, it's set in Hiroshima, and it's got everything that we hear about Yakuza film, the Yakuza in these films, and Bunta Sugawara just is such a cool character in this, and you know, it's one of my favorite films of all time anyway, and it had to be on this list for the 70s. I don't know if you've seen it, Dion. I know probably
no.
Erik has seen it, the first one.
Yeah, I've seen these. I think I have to go back and rewatch them though, because this was like a while back when I was just starting to get into Yakuza films, and I think I did not appreciate them as much as I would now going back to them. My favorite one was the second one. For some reason, I think it just I like the story a little bit better in that one. And the first one, I remember, has that distinct scoring where it really lays on the score at some points there too. So
yeah,
I really need to rewatch these.
I mean, the whole series had some of the biggest actors of the time. Like you had Meiko Kaji in there. You had Sonny Chiba was in them, and it's just, I mean, the only person it didn't have was probably Mifune, you know, but it was just, they're such great movies. I mean, the first set of movies, the first 5, I mean, they were so popular that they pushed Fukasaku to make another 3 movies. But yeah, they was so ahead of their time. I think they were just brilliant. Yeah, I mean, and they're available on Arrow. I think I don't know if the box set is still available, but I know they're available individually. So if you're going to pick them up, definitely pick up the first one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Nazarin Prod says Battles films are amazing. If it wasn't on someone's list, it'd have to be on. So yeah. I agree. Okay, that's fine. I'll check it out. Erik, where will you go next?
Going right back at you with a Japanese flick. You know, there had to be a few Japanese flicks on mine. Yeah. And it's another start of a series. Lone Wolf and Cub, Sword of Vengeance, 1972. Yes. directed by Kenji Mizumi, starring Tomisaburo Wakayama. And I think this is actually based on a manga series that I've never seen. So that's pretty cool. And you basically have our lead character. He's like an executioner, and he does some things early on that are kind of shocking that I won't spoil for anybody if they haven't seen the film. But then he gets kind of set up, and he's basically got to survive with his little son. And he comes across nefarious individuals, and then fights them and whatnot. So again, this is one that blends like crowd-pleasing aspects, the Japanese samurai type film, with some kind of, you get some bloody violence, you get some nudity, some extreme plot developments involving toddlers. Like there's one scene that I won't spoil. It's one of my favorite scenes of all time where he basically makes his toddler son choose his fate. And it's just great scene.
Yeah.
And, the sword fights are great. And also this one uses silence in the sound design very well. I noticed that I really enjoyed. So anybody who hasn't seen this one, I'd say again, it's a must watch.
Yeah. One of the best like movie. You could call it a movie franchise. Like there was two in Japan. Like that was so big. Was Zatoichi and the Lone Wolf and Cub, and both lead actors were brothers, which is crazy. Yeah, like that is it's mad. Yeah, such
they based Lone Wolf Cub. Not based, but in Bob's Burgers, they actually have a similar it's a father and son, father and daughter combination on that. So I went online to know what they referenced that, and it came on. Lone Wolf. I actually watched the first film because of Bob's Burgers. But they always refer back to it as one of their favorite movies to watch. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I did like it. I just haven't watched the rest of them.
I've not seen The Mandalorian, but they say there's some elements which are based on the Lone Wolf and Cub apparently.
Mandalorian's a bit of a hit and miss show in my opinion. Anyway, some episodes are really good and some episodes are really bad.
Oh, really?
I wasn't overly sold. That's just my opinion, but obviously, like we've talked before, Star Wars nostalgia equals money.
Yeah.
So, Baby Yoda has made them a lot more money than what Disney's box office is going to make for them this year. So
probably, yeah.
Probably. What have we got about? Okay. The latter Lone Wolf Cub films aren't good aside from the violent scenes, but the first one is fantastic, says Noob Puna. I'm assuming that's what his name is. Ice Cube says, yep, the manga is fantastic. Big inspiration for Frank Miller. Oh, I did not know that. I love Frank Miller's comics. Kuckerberg, we need a release of Fukuo Saku's Green Slime. Anybody seen that one?
I think there's a lot of Fukusaku movies that need to be released, and I will mention this later on in my list. There's. And
then we got Stiff Kitten says the manga is awesome, done by the same team that did Lady Snowblood. Elliot Cohen. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Elliot says hey guys, I'm a bit late. Hope you're all well. Hope you're all well too, my friend in Manchester. Welcome to the chat. As always, how were those Criterion shout outs today? Not so hot. Amen. Eric, what have you got next?
Oh, it's my turn. That's right. It's my turn?
Oh, it's your turn.
It's my turn.
Oh, okay.
Right, my bad. Yeah, I got a bit carried out now.
It's because we had two Japanese ones in a row.
Yeah.
Well, let's make it the third then, yeah? Let's go for it. Mine's Hausu.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
This will come off my list now.
I didn't even buy. I was ahead of you, Huss. I didn't even put it on my list.
I said last week on stream that Hausu was going to be on my list.
Yeah. So,
but honestly, it's one of my favorite Japanese horror movies. It is batshit crazy. It's got blood. It's got crazy Japanese schoolgirls. It's got melons. Watermelons, I mean, what else do you not need? It is just one of the best freaking Japanese movies of the 1970s. It's crazy technicolor, absolutely before its time. I'm glad it's got an audience these days. What else do I need to say? Nothing.
I don't think there's much we can say about this movie. It's one of the greatest haunted house movies of all time.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's so iconic, and I think Criterion have also made it broadened its viewership, because I think a lot of people have got it because of the Criterion as well.
Yeah.
Those that are outside of film communities, and I think Hausu is incredible.
Yeah, I that was going to be my point, is to thank the Criterion Collection for this. First time I saw it was on a bootleg, like back in the day, and I was like, "There's no way anyone's ever going to see this or care about it."
Yeah,
but like, and a lot of people have seen it now, and that's really it's really nice to see a film like this get its due.
Yeah. I remember like early days when I started getting into film, Bill Hader did a Criterion Closet, and he put Hausu on the list. And then I found out there was a Hausu DVD from, is it Eureka that have it?
Yeah.
Masters of Cinema, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first time I watched it, was on a DVD, and then I've upgraded it. There's like a British upgrade of it. But did you know that PewDiePie, the YouTuber, actually did a review for it, and that actually built even more of a like watch of it? Yeah. So a lot of people actually talk about it, which is great. But it's kind of weird as well, because not many people talk about the rest of Obayashi's movies.
I know.
They're not pretty badly distributed, a lot of them.
His first one's coming out. First one's coming out on Third Window, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's coming out soon-ish here, which I have pre-ordered.
Me too.
And then some of his like latter films in the 80s are on Criterion Channel right now as well. But by that, it's interesting. But yeah, let's see what people have to say. Samurai Jack has a great lone wolf bit. I think it included it in my unboxing. I did not know that either. I've never seen Samurai Jack. Jammer says, fingers crossed that the 36th Chamber of Shaolin appears. I'm sure it will. Steve Kittens, Huss, how long after your lone wolf unboxing did you discover the hidden compartment?
About nearly 2 months after. It's because someone wrote it in the comment section. I was like, nah. And I looked, oh my God, that's so cool. That was, yeah.
That set's not out of print, is it? Or is it out of print now?
No, I don't think it is out of print. No, it's not out of print.
No. I see it sometimes in like second-hand shops, so I've just never bought it. Elliot then says, how many films feature a grand piano eating a schoolgirl? Exactly. We're selling Hausu to anybody, but I'm sure most people in the chat have seen Hausu by now. But yeah, good choice. Good choice. Right, Huss, you're up.
Yep. Okay. Next up, we have a absolute classic from King Hu. It's a Wu Xiao movie, A Touch of Zen. Probably one of the most beautiful spiritual movies, with some of the greatest martial arts movies, martial arts that you'll see in it. With Su Feng, she's absolutely amazing in this. A great martial artist. Oh yeah, and I think whatever I say about this film won't do it justice. It's so many films been inspired by it, just from the aesthetic of it. Let alone you've got House of Flying Daggers inspired by it, just from the bamboo forest, and it's such a beautiful movie. You have this scholar who is just so innocent and is drawn into this little fight. It's such a wonderful movie, and I think most people have probably seen it in the comments section, and you guys have seen. Oh, maybe you haven't.
No, I told you earlier I couldn't. I wanted to watch this movie, but I didn't have the time.
Yeah,
because I know you always speak so highly of it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I very much enjoyed it as well. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I mean, aesthetically, it's just phenomenal. And the runtime is a little long at 3 hours, but I think it definitely has enough to hold your interest throughout. So, I mean, I would definitely recommend it.
I think this is the thing about Japanese cinema as well. When you think about it, like they were pushing 3+ hour movies for years and years ahead of most Western cinema, and just like the perseverance to make such a long film back during celluloid time is crazy. Like I would hate it trying to make a film with film when you could just, I don't know. I just find it really fascinating how they actually have such perseverance for their act. It's mental.
To edit, as well.
And edit, and put it all together. It's crazy.
And then to chemically colorize, because there was no digital colorization at the time.
Right, what else we got? Andre says The Man Who Stole the Sun is one of my favorite films from the 1970s. I'm assuming one of you have seen The Man Who Stole the Sun. Oh no.
I don't know. Have I seen it? We might have to find out a little later.
You check it out. Oh, okay. We'll get back to that, Andre. Krukerberg says never seen Touch of Zen. Well, hopefully the lads have inspired you. Elliot Cohen, Touch of Zen is amazing. Dimitri says still need to get the Masters of Cinema release for that. Touch of Zen is a masterpiece from Andre. Ice Q says Hush. That's your favorite 70s King Who?
Yeah.
Or is there more?
Do you know that was the time when he was like making some of the best. You had like The Fate of Lee Khan, you had the Valiant ones, The Legend of the Mountain, but I think Touch of Zen is more down to it being his most iconic movie, the film that really you had a bigger platform from. I mean, more people have seen Touch of Zen than they have of The Fate of Lee Khan, I would say.
We've also got King Who is criminally underrated by Rico. And also Rico says hello. Hello to you, Rico.
Hello, Rico.
Nazrim Prod just says, just found hidden compartment Lone Wolf Criterion set. He's just found it. Oh, God. Ice Q then says Raining in the Mountain too.
That's another one. Just, amazing.
Okay. Eric.
I'm gonna have to hit you with another juggernaut. It's obvious choice, I think, but I'm still gonna do it. Jaws, 1975.
Yes.
Did I mess you up again?
Do you know my list is big enough?
I'm sorry. But this one's just so amazing. Directed by Steven Spielberg. You got Roy Scheider, Richard Dreyfuss, and Robert Shaw. And this, I rewatched it this week. The dialogue in this movie is just solid, man. When they're in that boat at night and Robert Shaw tells that story, that's just good. Yes. That's just classic dialogue in movies. It's just phenomenal. I like how Spielberg mixes up the shark attacks. Some of the shark attacks are just suspenseful. You barely see anything. Some shark attacks get a little violent, and then other ones get like gory. And he mixes it up. He's not just a one-trick pony in this in terms of the scares. And then the big set piece near the end, that's a long set piece. It's like 20-something minutes long or something, and it gives you a real satisfying punch at the end.
Yeah.
I love this flick, and it completely owns a subgenre. How many is there ever going to be a shark movie that's going to come close to this? So it's on my list.
It's used as the benchmark for every animal that kills other people. It's Jaws, isn't it? Jaws is there. I always say it's Spielberg's greatest film. It's and at the moment this week I've seen it referenced so many times because of the pandemic going on. It's just like
the mayor.
Everyone's comparing the mayor of it to Boris Johnson.
I noticed that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? Oh, what a world we live in. Jaws, man. Yeah, exactly. It always makes me laugh that Robert Shaw is actually English, because it's just the way that his performance in Jaws is just so iconic. But it's just the whole shebang, isn't it? Trio lads on the boat trying to kill a great white shark. It is ultimate summer. It's what gave birth to the blockbuster season. Jaws is the first epic summer blockbuster, and if it wasn't for Jaws, we wouldn't have, these schedules of films like we do now, even though some of them are mostly shit. But still, Jaws is king, and obviously John Williams. That score is just going to be stuck with everybody for the rest of their lives. You don't even need to see Jaws to know what Jaws is about, purely from dun 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 dun. Like exactly. So always the same. Solid choice, and obviously, I think it's probably it's easily top 3 best set films of the 70s, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't know how many times I've rewatched that film either. Like countless. I'm probably you guys are the same, right? You watched it numerous times.
Yeah.
Can't stop watching it. What we got? Gung Fu. I think John Williams made the soundtrack. He is pure genius. Well, at times. But Gung Fu, Jaws. Chris Max, Jaws is the best summer movie ever. Hell yes. Dimitri, the fact that they only get 5 minutes of the shark screen time speaks volumes. Exactly. Have you ever seen the pictures of the robot shark that they made though, when it sank into the marina where they were shooting it? Like they thought it was gonna float, and it just went down and sunk. So they had to recover it. Yeah, I think the whole backstory of the movie is crazy, because Universal almost pulled the plug on it numerous times because it wasn't working out, and then it was being delayed because we were having so many issues because of the shark. And then Spielberg eventually got it made, and then they were like, "What the hell is this going to be like?" And then obviously the rest is history, as they say. Yeah, it's mental. Kuckerberg says Slavoj Žižek claims Jaws is an analogy for capitalism. He has some interesting views on cinema. That I can see what you mean, but I'm gonna have to look up on that or read more. If you want to put a link, Kuckerberg, put it there, and I'll check it out later. Right, number 3 for me. Where do I go? I'm kind of going randomly here. I'm gonna stick with what I would refer to as 70s classic, and that's Clockwork Orange, Stanley Kubrick. And I've avoided Barry Lyndon like the plague, because I'm not a big Barry Lyndon fan. Sorry, Elliot Cohen, because I know you love Barry Lyndon so much. For me, Clockwork Orange is ultra-violence, but in the British sense.
Yeah,
it's a fascinating book to begin with, and just the way that Kubrick just moved across the pond to create this really oddly futuristic film, which kind of is weird because you can still relate to it now with how people can be to each other, and just how the whole process of prison and trying to reform yourself. It's just a classic. Do you know what I mean? Everybody knows the scene when Alex is in the cinema with the eye things, with the drops, watching all this vulgarity on the screen, big ass symphony music coming on. What else do I need to say? Banned in Britain for ages, which is crazy when you think about it now. So yeah, thoughts on Clockwork Orange?
Oh, masterpiece. It's beautiful. It is so British. It is it's so British, that film. The way that gang, that group of guys are, and the reform system, it says a lot about society, and I think it's one of Kubrick's finest. Yeah, God level Kubrick.
God level. Just
last time I saw this movie, and I don't know why this is the case because I really want to rewatch it. The last time I saw it, I was 15 years old, and I I was watching it at a friend's house, and I really liked it. Yeah, I remember those. There's still images like from that long ago that I still remember from this movie, and was Malcolm McDowell was the lead in it, right?
Yeah.
He was really good in it too, and yeah, I'm gonna have to rewatch it again because I'm getting the itch now. I want to rewatch this, but I remember liking it even when I was a teenager.
Okay, there's a couple of not controversial, but there's a couple of Let's go here. So we're going through. Says saw Clockwork Orange when it was re-released in the cinemas and cut. I think it was sometime in the late 80s. Yes, that is correct. Nazarene Prod says Barry Lyndon is amazing. Clockwork Orange is overrated.
Oh.
This is why cinema is subjective, everybody.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. For me, Barry Lyndon is a slog and a half. I'm not a big fan of it. But
you know the cool thing about Barry Lyndon, that is just all lit with candles.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
that's just.
I think it's. I'll tell you the reason. Well, I haven't got a reason, but like literally, when there's like childhood references as part of my research for Barry Lyndon, and the amount of times I've had to rewatch Barry Lyndon for various elements, I've just lost all my patience for it. I think it's that more than anything else. But no, I appreciate it because, like you said, totally lit with candles. The way he uses natural light is crazy. Yeah, 1000%. What else we got? Yeah, so Nazarene Prod said that Barry Lyndon, yeah, and then we got Kuckerberg. City Lights is one of his favorites with Chaplin. I'm a bit confused by that comment. Going through then says I prefer Warriors to Clockwork Orange. Yeah, but Warriors is just one of those like cheesy, great fun movies. Like I don't know. I think I can see how you've like connected them, but I don't know. I think Warriors is one of the movies that, I don't know. It's so rewatchable, but I don't know. Is it? Do you know what I mean? Would you put it in the same? Like,
yeah, is it? I mean,
how do you put it in the same? Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's a different game. It's a different film.
Yeah.
But it is a lot of fun. Like, I can't wait to like visit Coney Island because of Warriors.
Warriors.
It's literally one of my main reasons to go to Coney Island, along with maybe trying a corn dog because I want to try a corn dog as well. But yeah. Anyway, well, so we've got Kuckerberg. No, where are we? Renee says Clockwork Orange is a masterpiece. Has anyone seen any Jan Troell's works? I have not. I know of him, but I've not seen any of his films. Dimitri says it's fantastic. God tier Kubrick. Barry Lyndon is my favorite Kubrick, says Rico. Love the singing in the rain scene. Exactly. How can you not forget singing in the rain because of Malcolm McDowell? Renee says I'd rather watch Tokyo Tribe than the Warriors. Interesting. Oh god, you could, yeah. But yeah. Has anybody seen any Jan Troell films in the chat? Because I've not seen any of them.
I don't think I've seen any.
No. Right. So number 4.
Yeah. As someone mentioned in the comment section, it is Lau Kar-leung's 36th Chamber of Shaolin. For me, the greatest martial arts movie of all time. I mean, it's got. I was even watching it today with my daughter. I put it on for her because I got a new Skybox, and it connects straight to Netflix. And I said to her, "This is like, look, I made her watch it. This is what you should be doing, not ballet." And just everything about that film is it takes the format that it was done before 36 Chambers of Shaolin, and is like repeated onwards. The guy that's just a bit of putty and is just molded into stone in the hardest way possible, and he's just there doing it there to so he can train to protect his family and his village. It's my favorite martial artist in there, Gordon Liu, and Lau Kar-leung is the greatest martial arts director, I think. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen. Eric, you've probably seen it, but yeah, it's not got a UK Blu-ray release, but it's available on net. It's not Netflix. I know it's definitely on Prime. So yeah, it's one for martial arts fans.
Yeah, this is one where sometimes in martial arts films, you just want to get through the training sequences to get to the fights. This one is the opposite because the training sequences are freaking great. This probably has the best training sequences of any martial arts film I've seen because it's really engaging and really fun to watch. And you see the guy develop. And then I think he at one point he uses a 3-section staff, which I always love seeing in movies.
Yeah,
but yeah, this is just anybody who has like an interest in martial arts flicks, you got to watch this.
Yeah, you don't even see the end fight really. He just leaves the Shaolin Temple.
Yeah,
to go, like he has this higher purpose. Instead of going to seek revenge, it was all about leaving and to go teach. That was the whole thing. And I think like you said, that it's all about that training and the fight. That end fight was like repeated like 4 times with different weapons, and it's just a masterpiece of martial arts movies. Yeah, it's one to definitely check out. If it ever gets a UK release, I recommend everyone going to get it. It's absolutely brilliant. I know it's available in the US. Yeah.
Do you know what you should do, Hausu? You just should start your own like boutique label line in the UK just to like release all these movies.
Yeah, movies that I love. Yeah.
Yeah. Just call it a Touch of Film, and then just go for it.
Yeah.
I'll help you.
Yeah, it needs to be done. It needs to be done. Yeah.
So many out of print films or films that never been to the UK that need to come out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, nobody's actually talking about your movie. People are talking about other directors, funnily enough. Rico, thoughts on Jan Schwankmeyer? I've only ever seen Alice from Jan Schwankmeyer, and I really enjoyed that movie. It's really effed up, in my opinion, but I loved it. I would recommend it. Andre then says, Jan Joel, The Immigrants and The New Land are 2 masterpieces. Rico then agrees. Then Kuckerberg says, yes, Rico, Schwankmeyer, love. Then Dimitri Schwankmeyer is one of the most unique filmmakers out there. Little Otik is hauntingly beautiful. Kuckerberg, he is amazing. Yes, Alice is one of my favorite Schwankmeyer movies. Little Otik is incredible. Have they talked about De Palma yet? No, I have not talked about De Palma, but De Palma is on my list. Rico, Dimitri, his works are so unsettling but so beautiful. Little Otik and Alice are awesome. So you need to watch Jan Schwankmeyer movies, guys. They're pretty good. You should check out Alice. Alice is a good one to start with. Yeah, watch Alice. The BFI got that in the UK, but it's really good. I would recommend. But nobody wants to talk about your movie, hosts.
Watch it. If you haven't seen it, watch it. That's all I'll say.
It's nice to see the chat actually discussing today. It's lovely. Yeah. Okay. So number 4 for you, Eric.
No, I included this one on my list because I had assumed that, nobody ever bothers to watch this movie and somebody mentions it in the chat. So, but whatever. The Man Who Stole the Sun, 1979, I believe. This is one of my favorite Japanese films of the 70s, directed by Kazuhiko Hasegawa. It stars Kenji Sawada, Bunta Sagawara, and Kimiko Ikegami. So Bunta was in Yakuza Papers, and Kimiko was in House. She was the actress in House. This movie is basically about like a demented, really kind of a mad scientist who is a high school teacher, and he builds an atomic bomb in his apartment. And that's kind of the basis, and it flows from there to some really interesting directions. I think, fans of science will really like this movie. I showed it to my uncle, who's a chemist, and he loved it because there's like this long scene where he like prepares like the plutonium and like goes through this whole rigmarole process to kind of, I guess purify it and get it into its pure form that you could use for the bomb, which is really interesting scientifically. I'm not sure how realistic it is, but it looked pretty convincing. Yeah. And then it starts asking interesting questions like, well, if you individually had an atomic bomb, what would you use it for? Like what would you do with it? And it's really interesting flick that's kind of oddball. It's got some black humor in it, some thriller aspects, crime thriller aspects, and it's a little wacky in spots, but I really like it. It's great.
Yeah. Do you know what? I don't think it's ever had a UK release. Just looking now.
My version is, I think it might be a Region 1 release. I don't remember. Then it's a US release, but I don't think, I'm not even sure if it's on Blu-ray or not. I have to check.
No, I think it's only on DVD.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of films from that era have never been upgraded or released outside of Japan or the US. It's crazy. Yeah. It is a great movie, and it is a lot of fun. I just had to remind myself of it. Yeah. Yeah, it is a lot of fun. I mean, I'm a massive Sugawara fan. I've spoken about him so much on my channel.
He's good, man.
Yeah, I mean, in his later career, he just ended up doing like voice acting for Studio Ghibli movies. Which is,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I missed out on a Japanese Porco Rosso media book the other day on eBay. I was devastated.
Wow. Yeah, those editions are beautiful.
I know. I've only got Totoro and Spirited Away in the Japanese sets. So I'll never buy any other ones. Anyway, Rico says, I love to see everybody appreciating cinema. Love geeking out with other cinephiles. Exactly. This is why we're here. It's a good way to discuss. Kuckerberg watched the BFI short films of Swank My incredible set, even if it's only on DVD. I can't believe people talk about Swank My here, so that's absolutely random. These lists should just be Mel Brooks films: Silent Movie, Young Frankenstein, Blazing Saddles, 12 Chairs, High Anxiety. Yes, exactly. Where is the Mel Brooks love tonight? Because it's in my honorable
really good.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking putting Young Frankenstein on there. I mean, that's my favorite of his movies.
Oh yeah, I love Blazing Saddles a lot. It's so funny.
that moment he walks into the town.
Yeah.
The old
you don't
lady.
even have to explain it. You just know it's funny. Don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, man. So good. So RZA do a live rescore of 36 Chambers. RZA?
RZA, isn't he like a music dude?
Yeah.
Musician. RZA.
He's from the Wu-Tang Clan.
Mm-hmm.
He had Gordon Liu in one of his films, in one of the Man with the Iron Fist. I don't know if it was the first one or the second.
Oh, really?
He played the abbot.
Amazing. Elliot Cohen is Man with the Sun on Blu-ray anywhere. Only in the States, we assume, yeah?
Yeah, the DVD.
DVD and DVD. HMV have a BFI promotion right now, 2 for 16 quid. Yeah, it's a pretty good deal. Yeah, considering FOP is not open and you can get £6 BFI Blu-rays, but that's a good deal currently. Elliot, not that I know of, might be on streaming services. Okay. Nazrin Prod says, I watched Damnation Alley last night, mega budget with terrible science and very 70s effects. Enjoyed every dumb minute of it. Has anybody seen that one? I've heard of it, but I've never actually watched it.
No, I haven't seen that.
Andrew actually says that there is a Japanese DVD of it with English subs, but there's no Blu-ray. And Dimitri says it's a shame most of them aren't available to watch legally in the United Kingdom. That's the problem. VPNs, my friend, are the way forward. Off current topic, but Mean Streets is my favorite Scorsese. Interesting choice.
It's good.
Yeah.
Harvey Keitel is excellent in it.
I just watched Harvey Keitel in The Bad Lieutenant. Holy shit.
Yeah, it was his birthday the other day, wasn't it?
It
That's
was.
why-
He's 81.
81.
81.
Yeah,
Still a crooner.
Do you know he does insurance adverts on TV, Eric, in the UK?
Yeah.
He plays Winston Wolf.
Yeah.
Like, it is weird, isn't it? I'm sure Direct Line have to pay residuals to Tarantino for that. Kuckerberg, yes, The Irishman was such a disappointment. Okay, yeah, I like The Irishman. The non-diegetic orchestra in Blazing Saddles is one of the funniest bits from the 1970s. Okay. Non-diegetic orchestra in Blazing Saddles is one of the funniest bits from the 70s. What part is that? Dimitri, elaborate, my friend. Anyone likes Who Can Kill a Child?
That movie frustrated me. I guess the answer to that question is yes. Yes, I would. With the kids, what they were doing in that movie, yes, I would have. So I was getting frustrated that the adults didn't just finish it.
Yeah. I'm just reading the synopsis now. It says, a couple of English tourists arrive on an island where all the children have gone crazy and murdering the adults. That just sounds fucking wild. Love it.
Yeah,
but carry on.
If kids were doing that in my neighborhood, there'd be, I'd man up and yeah.
Get the baseball bat out.
Go vigilante.
Hey, we've got plenty of vigilantes in Wales now trying to stop the English get on the borders. It's hilarious. I always wonder what Blazing Saddles would have been like if Richard Pryor had taken the role. That is always the question. I like Saddles and Young Frankenstein. Nah, I love The Irishman. Kuckerberg, yeah. I do like The Irishman as well. Right. Who's next?
You are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is me. Yeah, that's true. Okay, right. Since somebody asked for De Palma, my favorite Brian De Palma movie of the 1970s is The Phantom of the Paradise. Have either of you seen Phantom of the Paradise?
Do you know, I've never seen it, but I know it's available like on Blu-ray in the UK.
On Arrow. Yeah. Have you seen it, Eric?
I have not.
Oh, dude, it is like it's just a retelling of Phantom of the Opera, but in like a rock opera type of setting. It is utterly bonkers and bizarre. I'm not really going to say much because I don't want to ruin it for you. But I just, honestly, I like De Palma when he just goes full weird. And he just let his inner freak out with Phantom of the Paradise. And it just, for me, just turned out to be one of the most fun rewatchable films I watched in the 1970s. So that's all I'm going to say on that.
I'll put it on my list.
Dude, seriously, it's good.
It looks bonkers.
Yeah. But yeah. I'll see if anybody says anything in the chat about that one in a minute. But Rico says, good, but not golden Scorsese is Irishman. That's a better way of saying it. Dimitri, okay, sorry. Kuckerberg then says Driller Killer is amazing, Dion, best Ferrara. I actually watched Driller Killer the other day. It is a very it's a very interesting entry point to the mind of Abel Ferrara, I must say. Have you guys seen Driller Killer?
Nope.
No.
It's I'm not going to say much, but it's one of the it's a pretty interesting horror movie with a guy who kills people with a drill, and it's got one of the most grotesque pizza eating scenes that you'll ever see in a movie. It's not even it's not an appetizing pizza, but the way that he eats the pizza is also disgusting.
All right.
Yeah, I've started watching a lot of Abel Ferrara movies. I'm in love with that guy. He's as fucked up as I am in my mind. Dimitri, okay, we have an answer now. There's a scene in Blazing Saddles where Cleveland Little breaks the fourth wall with an orchestra. Oh, right, I remember that. Do we remember that scene now?
Mm.
Yes,
Yeah.
we do. Yes. Thank you very much for elaborating, Dimitri. Nazrin Prod, Phantom of the Paradise is one of my favorite films ever. I got a Solitary Ronin addicted to it. Is honestly is one of the. It is a very good film that kind of summarizes the 1970s in cinema because you could just do whatever you wanted. Then Kuckerberg Arrow has a good release of it. Yes, they do. Then Kuckerberg, yeah, no doubt, Rico. I have the Arrow Steelbook of Driller Killer. Yeah, everybody's enjoying the Driller Killer today. Okay, so yeah,
it's on my list. You know, just keep adding to the list.
It's so freaking weird, man. You'll like it. If you like Salò, you'll like Phantom of the Paradise. But there's no poop in this. Anyway, first number 5.
Okay, number 5 for me is a movie, another Fukusaku movie. It is Fall of Ako Castle, starring Yorozuya Kinosuke. It's also got other great actors in there. You've got Sonny Chiba, Shiro Mifune, trying to think of Hiroki Matsukata in there. It's just an amazing samurai movie, and it is my favorite telling of the 47 Ronin. Have you seen it, Eric? Eric's looking at his spreadsheet.
Yeah, I haven't seen this. No,
you've never. Yeah, it's Fukusaku. It's I think it's maybe it's the second 47 Ronin movie that they did. And it's more to the true story of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out. I tried to watch as many of his films as I could. I missed this one. It's on the list.
Yeah. But it's one of those that has never had a Blu-ray release. I think it's only available on DVD in the US, maybe.
Okay.
But yeah, I have the US DVD of it, and yeah, it's a crazy film. You know, it's more like, you know how I mean, most people in the audience probably only seen the Keanu Reeves 47 Ronin movie, which is which is absolutely awful. As much as I love Keanu Reeves, I think he's a cool guy. But yeah, it's terrible, and you know, this is more to the true story. It's we have this lord who two lords who in the shogunate's palace. There's an argument, and one pulls out a sword on the other and injures him, and because of that, the shogunate decides that, you know, he has to commit harakiri, and his house don't find out about this till 3 days later, and they're saying, but why did the other guy not get punished? And you know, they decide that they're all about to commit suicide for that because they love their lord so much, and they decide best way to, you know, if you're going to kill yourself, you might as well get revenge at the same time. And the lords that who had to commit harakiri was only like in his 30s, and I know the Keanu Reeves one put him as an old man. Which is just, it's got none of the spiritual, you know, the whole fantasy to it. It's, you know, it's a lot of politics involved in this, about other houses that are involved. And Shiro Mifune in it is only got a small part in it. He's just like a neighbor to the bad guy, and he goes, if anyone comes into my house, I'm just going to kill him. that's his, like, one of his only parts in it, and it's just got some really great actors in there. And Sonny Chiba's, you know, he's got a small part in it because he's just like a ex samurai who becomes a samurai again because of the love for his lord. Because I mean, he left being a samurai, and he was just like a mercenary for a little while, and then when he finds out about his lord, he just goes crazy. But yeah, it's a really good like action movie, but it's not just an action movie; it's a great samurai movie. Yeah, so I definitely check it out for anyone.
Dimitri's asking, can you repeat the title?
The Fall of Akko Castle.
Did you get that now, Dimitri?
Looks like it's a 1978 release.
Yeah.
Interesting. Ronin movies are interesting, man, but obviously 47 Ronin kind of puts you off them as well.
It's got nothing to do with.
No, I know.
Only but because it is a true story, and it's like a really fascinating story, and how they just bastardized it to make that monstrosity. Yeah.
Gung Fu's back on his old profanities. I prefer the Scottish movie A Soul, 1966. Oh god, A Soul to Phantom. Oh, for God's sake. He's back, everybody. Back with a vengeance. Dimitri, I've yet to see De Palma's Phantom of Paradise, but 80s De Palma is Joy of Madness. Hell yes, it is.
Yeah,
Anything but the Reeves Ronin films, yes. Yeah, you've had that. How do you like The Fury? The Fury is, I think, quite a crazy movie, but it's something I've not watched in a while. Nazar and Prod, did they reshoot half the Keanu 47? Apparently they did, right? They did quite a few reshoots on the Keanu 47 movie. I still remember going to see that on the 26th of December when it came out in the UK, and I was like, what the fuck have I done to my life? What have I done to deserve this?
And that had some good Japanese actors in it too, which is a shame.
I don't know. I try not to question Keanu. You know, he's a good guy. But
I really like the John Wick films. I think they're solid action movies. You know, it's just he just did. Why did he do that? Why is he redoing another Bill and Ted movie?
The first one is too perfect. You can't match the first Bill and Ted movie anyway.
No.
Have you seen him in a rom-com called Always Be My Maybe on Netflix? It's got Ali Wong, the comedian, in it. Seriously, it's one of the best Keanu cameos ever. It's really recent. Yeah, it's pretty good. And Nazrin Prod, The Fury is wonderfully bonkers. Yes, it is. Cookbook, Strange Vice of Mrs. Wada is one of my fave 90s giallo. Edwig is too beautiful. Oh shit, I did miss a comment as well. Rico says, has anyone seen Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia? Arguably my favorite neo-western. I've not seen it. It's been on my list for a while. I don't know if anybody's in the chat has seen it.
I've not seen it, but I know Arrow released it.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, I've got it on my list, but I've still not seen it. But maybe somebody has seen it in the chat. Yeah. So, Strange Vice for Mrs. Wada is one of my fave 70s giallo. Have you seen that, Eric?
Yeah, it's solid. It's in my top 10 gialli. And Edvig Fenech is the most beautiful woman of all time, in my opinion.
Of all time. God. 6 reviews on Letterboxd. Hus hitting us with the true hidden gems.
It is.
You've really gone for the obscure tonight. Definitely.
It's because that was the era of some of the best samurai movies and Yakuza films, and I think, and I got to give it to Arrow, who've really, they've released these movies, and they do such a good job with that. I mean, thank God, thank the Blu-ray gods for Arrow.
True. But some of the stuff is not always good.
No, that's true.
Anybody got Wolf Guy in their list?
It's actually a surprisingly enjoyable film. I liked it, but it's not on my list.
Not on my list either. Sorry about that one. Rene El Topo is a great 70s film. Yes, it is. But it's not my favorite Jodorowsky movie of the 1970s. We'll get back to that later. Tadabonu Asana was in that 47 Ronin westernized abortion. Oh God.
He's such a good actor as well. He's amazing.
He gets wasted in every movie he's in the West. He was in like the Thor movies and
Oh
some
my
other
god,
stuff.
he was, wasn't he?
Holy shit! Yeah.
I mean, he's such a great actor. I mean, the two Asian actors that they always pull in is him and Lee Byung-hun, and he's a phenomenal actor. I mean, what's your favorite of his movies, Eric?
Of all of Asano's, well, it's got to be the Shinya Tsukamoto film Vital, which is just
Oh yeah,
it's like one of my favorite romances.
wish that got a blue. I wish that came out in the UK. Yeah, that is a great movie. I really like him in Harmonium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Asano was in that outside of Jared Leto movie.
I've been wanting to watch it just to see it, but I keep putting it. I keep downgrading it. You know.
Don't do it, man. Just don't do it. Oh, I don't know. I'm assuming Jared Leto was just given a blank check and said, "Do you want to be in this movie?" Jesus Christ.
I feel sorry for him a little bit. Oh, Jared Leto.
Yeah. Weird. The back end of the career is bizarre. After they won that Oscar, it's just kind of gone a bit.
Did you hear? Like he was like during the whole outbreak of the pandemic. I think he was like in the middle of nowhere, and he just came back to civilization. Like, why is everyone wearing masks?
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
he was like in a meditation break, right?
Yeah. Oh, coronavirus.
Corona.
Like the drink, like the beer.
Yeah. Oh, God. Did they have to stop making Corona because of coronavirus? Because people stopped buying Corona or something? I don't know if that's true, but could be an urban legend. Rico, thoughts on Hodorowski? We will get to Hodorowski in a bit, my friend. Yeah, Dimitri says with the letter, just don't do it, man. Just chilling, yeah. Oh God, please don't do it. Okay, so Eric, number 6 for you.
I got some more low-hanging fruit. It's so low-hanging, it's absurd. But I got to do it. Halloween, 1978. Outside of the two films I've seen the most times in my life are both John Carpenter movies. Big Trouble in Little China and Halloween. I mean, the amount of times I've watched these movies is just insane. I mean, what else is there left to say about Halloween? It's just, I think Halloween... Plus, it's really kind of my favorite holiday too. So seeing it captured well in that film is really, really great. You know, I watch it every year on Halloween, or near Halloween, and I like the fact that Carpenter he didn't want to explain too much. You know what I mean about the shape, and I like that. It gets your brain going. It's like, what is he? And I always take Halloween, the first one. When I watch it, I separate it from all the other sequels and stuff because that ending to the first film, it's perfect ending. You know what I mean? That's it. Yeah, I mean, the score is just phenomenal. No, I love it.
Yeah, it's I same. Like, in all honesty, I enjoy the franchise completely. Like, every movie. I have tidbits of what I enjoy, but when you always go back to that, Halloween is what I think we need to remember about Halloween is like it was so unique for its time. It was so cheap to make. It cost them anything, barely nothing. The shape mask is based off William Shatner's. It's a Star Trek mask that they just painted and just played up with the hair. There's just so much to it, and also it's just the way that he uses like dark light, and then just the way that the shape appears just freaks you out, especially like if you're in a theater watching it, which I've been lucky enough to see in the theater. It just makes you jump, doesn't it? And even though you know how it pans out every time, you still get that thrill from it. That's the joy of Halloween, I think. But
I know what you mean. When you know it's coming and it still surprises you, you still and I think it's such a perfect movie. It's just this.
Yeah.
Oh, the soundtrack, like the soundtrack is perfect. The film is just such a great package altogether with every element in there. Yeah,
Definitely.
but that's Carpenter for you. He's a great filmmaker.
My favorite Carpenter is They Live, though. That's my favorite John Carpenter
that one's
movie.
great too.
Yeah.
I'm here to chew bubble gum and kick ass.
Yeah.
And I'm all out of bubble gum.
Who'd have thought Roddy Piper would make such a great movie? But with Halloween, though, like, what's your favorite Halloween movie outside of the first one?
You're gonna laugh at me. I like Halloween 6 a lot. It's weird.
The Curse of Michael Myers.
Yeah, I like the theatrical cut. Believe it or not, I don't know what it is. I don't know. Maybe it's just because they really go back to the and really after Halloween 6, they don't really care about the holiday anymore. No other Halloween movies. Like the last one that came out with, they kind of did, but then they just like we'll just There's no use to putting Halloween atmosphere in a Halloween movie anymore. It kind of annoys me, but I don't know. I kind of like 6 too. I like 6 and 4. 1, 6, and 4 are kind of my favorites. Yeah,
I do. I've grown more of an appreciation for 3 over the last couple of years, but I'm the same 6, and we actually watch H2O quite often during like Halloween, because I think it just takes me back to when I was like a teenager and watching these like slasher films for the first time. It was like one of the first Halloweens I think I probably watched.
Yeah, that was the first one I saw in the theater.
Yeah. So I even find Resurrection even all right for what it is. I just because I think it's a good way to utilize like reality TV in a horror film, but they just don't execute it well enough,
Trick or treat.
Oh god, who is that? Buster Rhymes, right? Fuck. Yeah. Wow. God. That's hilarious. What else have we got?
Do you know what my favorite is, other than the first one?
Oh yeah, shit. Yours.
2018.
All right.
Halloween 2018. I just think it's.
You like it?
I do love it. Yeah. What is it? Is it pan?
No, I don't think it's bad. No. It was a decent. I think it was a decent entry, but I don't know. I watched it a couple of times, but I don't revisit it that often.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued to see how Halloween Kills is called, the next one. Be intrigued to see how that one pans out.
But I like the way how it's like a complete inverted version of the first one. And I think that's just so smart. I mean, whilst Michael Myers is still the stalker, the way they put Jamie Lee Curtis's character in to also be this damaged.
This is that PTSD, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's the ending for me that I'm not so hot on the ending.
Yeah.
The twist too, involving that doctor dude.
Oh man, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That Donald Pleasance like imitation thing.
Turkish actor.
Yeah. I didn't get that. But anyway. Yeah, there's a lot of love for Hodorowski. Endless poetry. We got discussion. Dimitri says Halloween is the GOAT. Stiff Kittens, UK hardly does Halloween. Yeah, we're not. I think like over the last few years, I've noticed more people are like going for Halloween, but not so much. My mum says hello, ma'am. How are you doing? I hope you're behaving and not drunk. Kuckerberg, Deep Red, Argento. We will get to Argento later. I haven't got Deep Red on my list, but I have another Argento. What else we got? Deep Red is wonderful. Dimitri says that and Black Christmas were the first American slashers. Psycho doesn't count. They're both still absolutely terrifying. Nazarene Proud, Assault on Precinct 13 is also wonderful. That's a good Carpenter. Premium Blu-ray says, hi, cool kids. Hello, all you cool cats and kittens. Premium Blu-rays, it's nice to see you. Welcome back. Big Trouble in Little China commentary with Carpenter and Kurt Russell is hilarious. I never actually listened to it.
It's fantastic.
John Carpenter himself chews bubblegum nonstop. No love for the zombie revisionist Halloween 2. No love whatsoever. Stiff Kittens, an old guy with grey hair with ponytail. The Thing is my favorite John Carpenter film. Well, yeah. I think The Thing is like, it seems to be like that universal. I think Carpenter, whereas just like you have with Kurosawa, you have Seven Samurai, you have like 2001: Space Odyssey with Kubrick. I think when you think of Carpenter, for some reason, I always think of The Thing first before anything else, and then you go down the list.
Yeah.
I think that's like the one. I don't know, but it took me a while to get into it. Chris Matz, can't stand the Rob Zombie ones. I think the first one's decent. Stiff Kittens, Escape from New York, good one. I don't like Escape from LA though. That was not.
I tried rewatching it a few years ago, and it fell a bit flat.
Yeah.
It probably depends on
The
my
CG.
mood.
It's
Yeah,
got
the CG in LA is bad.
It's got great cast as well.
Yeah,
I mean, that's so weird. Pam Grier, Steve Buscemi.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, exactly. It's weird, isn't it? Ghost on Mars is better, I think, than Escape from LA. That's saying something. Halloween 2018 is a lot of safe fan service fun. That's the best way to say it. I found premium Blu-rays. I can't think of a bad Carpenter. I even like Ghost from Mars and The Ward. I've actually not seen The Ward. The only Halloween films I like are the first Halloween, H2O, and Zombies Halloween. Kuckerberg, New Halloween is absolute tripe. Anyone seen Carpenter in concert doing his soundtracks? No, but I wish I have. But I have not. I know there's quite a few YouTubers and
a lot of YouTubers that have gone.
Yeah. I've seen quite a few vlogs, so I feel like I've been.
Yeah, I felt like I've been there as well. When someone said to me, "Have you been to one?" Yeah, no, I haven't. But I've seen so many videos of it. Like Spider Geek, he's been to a few.
Oh yeah, I remember. That was a while ago now. That video, right? Yeah. Yeah. Escape from LA has the best Bruce Campbell cameo, plus the Peter Fonda thing is hilarious. Oh god. Oh, hilarious. Okay.
Isn't what's his name in there as well? Not Henry Fonda. The Peter Fonda.
In Escape from LA.
I think he plays. He's in it, isn't he?
Somebody mentioned it in the chat. He was derfing or something.
Yeah, he was surfer dude.
So you've got Kurt Russell, A.G. Lange, Pam Grier, Valeria Golino, Michelle Forbes, Bruce Campbell, Steve Buscemi, Peter Fonda, Stacey Keach, Cliff Robertson, and then George Chung. Who the hell is George Chung? He has been in Rambo. White Tiger.
What made all these people sign up for it?
It's the Carpenter effect, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
And also, Kurt Russell just loved working with Carpenter, so solid choice. Halloween is definitely up there. Okay, next up for me is The Last Detail. Have either of you seen The Last Detail with Jack Nicholson?
No.
Okay, so it's I think it's 1973. I know a few people have probably seen it by now, but it's one of Jack Nicholson's most underrated movies, in my opinion. It's directed by Hal Ashby, who made Harold and Maude. Basically, it's about two Navy guys who have to bring a young offender to prison. And then basically it becomes a road trip movie of them just taking him out drinking, having sex with prostitutes, and oddly enough having a good time before he goes to jail. So literally it's like the best way to go with this is it's a really good road trip, but also it's a really interesting film to show the perspective of servicemen after Vietnam. So you see their mindset of how they deal with government and how much against they were with going there. But also, like I said, it really is one of my favorite Jack Nicholson performances. Purely, he's really aggressive in this film, but also at the same time, he's just this tentpole that's trying to bring this young guy into manhood. And it's just this like backwards and forwards he has in this film is crazy. But there's one scene in particular where he goes to a bar with the prisoner and his colleague, and then he just starts yelling and whips a gun out. And there's this really tense, aggressive scene where he's just trying to get a drink for an underage seaman, which is really memorable. But I would really recommend anybody seeing The Last Detail. I only watched it this week. But literally it is so good.
I've not seen it, but I know of it. It's got Randy Quaid as the guy.
Yeah, Randy Quaid's the other one. Yeah.
As the prisoner, isn't it?
Yeah.
A young Randy Quaid as well. Yeah.
Yeah, a very, very young Randy Quaid. But yeah, it's seriously, it's really in the scene, and I don't know why, but I think I spoke to Graham about it from Man v Film because he had it on Indicator Blu-ray. But yeah, I eventually picked it up, and I fell head over heels for it. It's such a good film to watch. Doesn't matter how many times like you go back with it. But yeah, Nazarene Prod says Last Detail is wonderful. Dimitri says sounds like Last Rider of the 70s. Still need to watch this. Yeah, it's I would say it's kind of like the same type of spiel, but Jack Nicholson is a Navy guy with a gun, and he's just batshit crazy. So yeah, that's Last Detail. Hus, what have you got next?
For me, it's Ridley Scott's Alien. I think it's the best one out of all the Alien movies. It's a proper horror movie, and you're in this. You literally cannot get out of this unless you kill the alien, because you're in this a spaceship and it's like so confined that this no one knows anything about it. You've got an android who just is a bad guy as well. It's a clever, so clever movie. And I think it's my favourite Ridley Scott movie, but probably on par with Blade Runner. But yeah, it's amazing. Did you have it on your list, Eric?
Oh yeah,
yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Of all the films on my list, if I had to pick one to be in my top 10 all time, it would be that one. That's how much I love it.
Yeah,
it's
I
phenomenal.
actually love this. Yeah, I love
the last 20 minutes are some of the best, like pure suspense I've ever seen in a film.
Yeah,
just make you sweat.
Yeah, on the edge of your seat throughout that whole film.
Yeah,
it's just even the score. I love the score. It's just like the subtleness of it. And just every time John Hurt comes back, you know what's going to happen. The guy that made the chestbuster scene actually lives quite close to where I'm from, because we did an Alien conference last year. We tried to get him over, but he was in bad health. But he sent like photos of him making it back in the day. Absolutely crazy. Like it's just so inventive, and obviously Geiger's artwork for that. It's molded like alien horror films for years. Do you know what I mean? Like Geiger's work on that is just so phenomenal. It's my favorite of the Alien franchise.
Yeah,
but I will admit I have a secret love for Alien Resurrection with Winona Ryder.
Yeah, I quite like it. I think visually it's a cool film. But
I really hate Jeunet.
I hate him in the last video as well.
Yeah,
everything's green. You're right. Everything is green that he does. That's what you said, and it's true. Everything has got this green tone.
Alien 3, the Fincher one, I don't like though. And I love Fincher,
but it wasn't really his movie, was it? He had no.
Oh God, no. Yeah, I've read so many books about him. It's just like he hates it.
Yeah, I heard he wanted to make the planet made out of wood or something, and it was just like, no, you can't do that.
Apparently, there is a cut of his cut exists, but fascinating. But yeah, anyway, Ridley Scott though, it was world changing, really.
Yeah,
And it's got one of the best taglines in space. No one can hear you scream.
Yeah,
it's one of the best movie taglines.
Yeah, I can't think of another film where it's a stalker that you can literally not get away from unless you kill it.
Yeah.
Unless you kill it, because you are in this confined space of a spaceship in the middle of space, and it's
Definitely.
so smart. It's so smart. I mean, when you find out the company's true agenda in this, it's like, whoa,
it's wild. No, good choice. We got Dimitri. Oh no, Stiff Kitten is finally a film on my list that has been mentioned. Well, you can share the rest of your list after if you want. Dimitri, Alien and Jaws are the two most rewatchable films ever. Phenomenal stuff. Yes, I love Alien, says Renee. Stiff Kitten's Harry Dean Stanton. Yes, Harry Dean Stanton is great in Alien. I think between him, John Hurt, and I forgot her name now.
Who?
Sigourney
Weaver. Sigourney Weaver, yeah. Ripley. Oh my god, yeah, fantastic. To anyone who plays the video games, Alien Isolation is the best horror thing to happen to Aliens since the original films. I've only half played the game because I really got stuck and scared playing it.
I got like that with The Last of Us. I couldn't play it anymore. I was just like get all these jump scares. I've had enough. I can't deal with this.
Yeah, I was like with Isolation. There was a bit where in like when we're in the med bay, and then you have to like creep around from the alien, and I got caught so many times I just stopped playing it, and because he was just freaked the fuck out of me. I'm like literally that was quite a few years ago, but my girlfriend still takes the mick out of me for not finishing it because I was scared of playing it.
Yeah.
So yeah. What else we got? Premium Blu-rays. I saw Alien on a double bill with The Fog when it first came out in the cinemas. Still one of the best experiences. Oh my god, that's amazing! What a double feature! Alien and The Fog. Damn. Stiff Kittens plus Cat Rates reaction. Yes. I didn't actually know it was going to happen when it happens. I'm sure everybody knows what we're talking about. Rico, what's everyone's thoughts on Hodorowski? Hodorowski is next on my list, so we can discuss Hodorowski in a moment. The design for Alien Resurrection is great. Exactly. It is great design. All those freak Ripleys, like, kill me. How can you not like that? I think when she sees her mutant self is just, it's cinema. Pure cinema.
Yeah.
Come on, throw me a freaking bone here.
That guy who's like the leader of that pirate group. Oh, what's his name? He's got such a great voice.
Charles Dance.
No. In Resurrection.
Charles Dance is 3.
I love Charles Dance as well. Yeah.
Charles Dance is in the 3rd one, right?
Yeah. He plays the Doctor.
Yeah. Oh shit!
I know what you're talking about here.
He was in The Crow.
Yeah, I know. I always forget his name, and he's like one of the best like side actors ever.
Yeah, he's got such a great voice, hasn't he?
Michael Wincott.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah, and obviously got Ron Perlman in it as well.
Ron Perlman.
Stiffkins, Delicatessen is awesome. How the hell did we get to talking about Delicatessen?
Is that a Genet film?
The Genet film, yeah. Nazarene Pro, Vincent
Eric's
Ward.
rubbing his teeth every time we mention a Genet film.
Genet
the Green.
Oh god.
He should have done Incredible Hulk.
Maybe he should have actually.
Yeah.
Oh god. Nazarene Pro, Vincent Ward was one of the the Wooden Planet guy. Alien 3 work print on the Blu-ray is terrific. Rico, Santa Sangre is one of my all-time favorite films. Yes, hell yeah, Santa Sangre Hive. Really good. I really like Alien vs. Predator. Okay, that's where I draw the line. Alien vs. Predator is fucking trash.
Are you talking about the computer game or the film?
I'm assuming we're discussing the film here.
Oh, cool.
I saw Alien Resurrection in the cinemas and it broke the speaker system at the end. What? What? That's crazy. Like, how it's not that bad. Okay, anyway, we'll stop talking about Alien Resurrection. But maybe when we talk about underrated movies, Alien Resurrection will probably be in my list.
Yeah.
Just for like shits and giggles.
Go for it, man. Whatever you like.
Whatever floats your boat.
It'll be there
Yeah.
smashing his keyboard.
Yeah. Erik. We'll put Genet movies on it as well. Just to...
That's probably the only film of his that could be underrated, right? All of his films are very highly regarded.
Yeah.
Weird, isn't it? Anyway, we need to start. Like, Genet turns up in most weekly chats, which is interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's really weird. Okay, so Erik.
Yep.
No, so Erik is next. Yeah. Okay, go on.
Dion might get frustrated with this choice because it might be on his list. Suspiria, 1977. Oh, no. Yeah, directed by Dario Argento, starring Jessica Harper. The first time I saw this movie, I didn't even like it. And it's stuck in my mind, though. It was I had trouble maybe with the Italian horror. You got to get the feel for some of these Italian horror films. They operate on a different level sometimes. And it stuck in my mind. I rewatched it again like a year or two later, and I really liked it. Then I rewatched it again, and I loved it. now I watch it like twice a year. So very odd development. The visuals, I mean, it's just completely absurd.
Yeah.
I like the set pieces, especially the opening death scene. Could be the best scene in the whole film. That scene's just outstanding. Again, the score, Goblin doing their thing. It's just everything about this movie. It just it's very absorbing, and I guess this one kind of was my identification for really liking crazy lighting in films. I'm trying to think of other films before this that I really loved, like insane lighting, and this is one of the first ones. So yeah, I love this one.
Yeah. Then Refn just rips him off with lighting.
I think it's the most beautiful horror movie I've ever seen. It's just it's stunning.
Hell yes. I've been lucky. I've seen Suspiria in the cinema like 3 or 4 times now.
Wow.
I missed it. Last time I came by, I missed it.
Yeah. It's literally the best way to watch it as well. Because obviously, I think Goblins this been discussed in the chat, but like that, the score in this film is phenomenal, and the way that Argento specifically asks, for it to be played loud, is the best way to witness it. But yeah, it is my favorite like Italian horror film, I think. But I've had to change it on my list now, but it's fine. And but it was my entry point into Argento. It's the best way to get into like Italian horror, like giallo cinema, I think. And I even like I've said before, I quite like the remake as well from Guadagnino, because he just made his own interpretation of it rather than ripping it off. Because that's the thing about Argento, is it's so specific and it's so unique. And I think the best way to pay respect to a director is not to imitate.
No.
And you don't get many movies that try to imitate Suspiria.
No. I kind of wish there were.
Oh, same, yeah.
Like even like recently, I know Mandy had that crazy color palette thing going. I really like that, partially because of that. And I just, something about Argento, it's like I always feel like watching an Argento movie. Like any night, if somebody told me I had to watch an Argento film, I'd be like, all right,
Even like opera from Argento, I don't even mind that. You know what I mean? Some people hate it, but personally, I do quite like.
I even like some of his 90s stuff, like Trauma and Stendhal.
I've not watched many later Argentos, but it's crazy, man. It's great. Like every time I go to Venice, the amount of people that talk about Argento or read books about Argento when you're in a line for a film festival is crazy. I think he's like God level over in Italy.
Mm.
And
a lot of people in the US have trouble with his films because they need that linear, narrative. They need it to flow. And so, I don't know.
What's your stance on the Giallo directors like Fulci, Bava?
Oh yeah, I sometimes I always lose track of the. I know Martino is another one that was big. Sergio Martino, I believe his name was, and Fulci's made some great gialli too, man.
Yeah,
and he doesn't get credit, a lot of credit. A lot of people consider him to be just like a gore director, but I like it.
New York Ripper. Love New York Ripper. Nah, man, definitely. Let's see. The chat kind of bounced the minute we said Suspiria. Rene says, "Are we going to do the time warp? Are we doing the time warp? Is anybody going to sing it later for Rocky Horror? No, we'll see. Love the soundtrack in Suspiria. Goblin rules. Need to check out the new 4K Synapse version. I've seen the 4K restoration that was last out in the United Kingdom, which was in 2018. That was the last one I've seen, but it was a very good restoration. Pure genius, Scott. Exactly. I think so. It's kind of weird, really, because the minute you talk about Suspiria, you talk about light, color, and score. Not about the actors, the storyline. It's always one of the main focal topics of Suspiria. And
then Udo Kier shows up a half hour from the rest of the film. Okay, here's what this movie's about, by the way.
Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, God. Premium Blu-rays bought Suspiria about 8 times, started with VHS. Nice. Holy shit. I know a lot of people do collect various editions of Suspiria because obviously when it gets restored or when they change it around, people want to have like specific versions of the film, which I find very fascinating. But yeah, Ken Russell's The Devils is a 70s masterpiece. Such a shame Warner won't release it in its entirety. We will get back to that later also, Kuckerberg. Don't you freaking worry about that, my friend. BM Busk, I saw Suspiria with live score by Goblin in London a few years. Oh my God, that would be amazing. Damn. What do you think of Tom York's score for the Suspiria? For the new Suspiria.
New Suspiria.
Yeah. What do you think of Tom York's score of it?
I don't know. I'd have to watch it again.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same for me as the original. Like you don't come out thinking about the soundtrack as much as I did.
I've got that on vinyl. I liked it. I just like the way it just brooded through Guadagnino's version, and also just I think it complements what Guadagnino was going for. So yeah, that's how I stand with it. Argento's Stendhal syndrome.
I like it. It's a bit nastier, maybe a little bit more mean-spirited, but I like it. Okay.
We've also got Dimitri says recently Beyond the Black Rainbow, which is the Panos Cosmatos movie, the guy that made Mandy, probably the closest in terms of visually stimulating experience.
I really can see where you're going.
Yeah, amen to that. I preferred it more to Mandy. I wasn't so hot on Mandy. That's just me. Argento's Dracula is wonderfly terrible. That's a nice summary. Yeah. What else have we got? Only good thing about the recent Suspiria was a soundtrack from Tom York. It's not the only good thing. Come on. I love Martino and Fulci, says Kuckerberg. I keep jumping back. Did I miss anything? I've said that we will talk about Hodorowski soon, so don't worry. And then we can talk about Suspiria, Rico. Rene then says, have you seen Knife and Hat? I feel like it felt like a giallo film. I think it is a giallo film, in all honesty. I thought it was really good. Like, Vanessa Paradis is actually quite good in it. I don't really like Vanessa Paradis much as an actress. Have you seen Knife and Hat?
I've not.
It's quite new, but it's worth a go. It's very giallo.
I'll watch it.
Yeah, give it a go, man. Premium Blu-rays. I blind buy bought the Arrow box set of Cat and Nine Tails. I hope it's good. Have you seen Cat and Nine Tails?
The details escape me, but I remember it being good.
I've not actually seen it either. Knife and the Heart Rules. The M83 score is wonderful. That is. Oh, is that Nisa?
Yeah.
Oh,
my wife is trying to calm it down.
Oh,
is that coming out quite loud?
No, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Chris Marks, I don't like the use of heavy metal and phenomena. Kind of ruined the movie for me. I can see what you mean, but I like it. Right. So what we got? What did I promise that I would talk about next?
Jodorowsky.
Okay, we'll do Jodorowsky, then I'll do the other one after.
Is this number 6?
No, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I've done 6, so this is my 7th. Okay. No, is it? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have done 6.
Okay.
So this is my 7th.
Okay.
Are you on 7 now?
Yeah, I guess.
So you're gonna go. Okay. Right. So next up on mine is Jodorowsky's Holy Mountain. Obscure art house cinema, pure imagery with very interesting symbolism. You really just understand what Jodorowsky is as a director purely from what he provides on the palette with the Holy Mountain. Some of the best framing you'll see, beautiful wide angles, abundance of color, and just utterly imaginative. I prefer it to El Topo, but Holy Mountain is just, in my eyes, like one of these like classic films that I just love. I was lucky enough to see it in the cinema this year as well, so it was like even a bigger experience for me. But it's just seminal 70s. So yeah. Anyway, have you seen it, Eric?
I've seen 3 of his films. Santa Sangre is like number 1 for me, and then El Topo and Holy Mountain are kind of vying for like a second lower position. There's something about these two, both of them, El Topo and Holy Mountain. I think they're interesting, but there's something that loses me a little bit in both. I've only seen them both one time though. But there's something at some point, like at least during the middle section, where he starts to lose me just a little bit. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I've seen only 3 of his films as well. El Topo, Holy Mountain, and what was it? It was one that got a lot of people walking out of the cinema to see. It was in a DVD box set. With another one of his.
Oh, was that his early one that somehow got released?
Yeah.
Oh, I've been wanting to watch. It was like, But
yeah, Holy Mountain is a stunning film visually. I mean, I've not seen it for a while, but there's bits in it which really stick with you. I mean, this whole scene with this like parade of animals with lizards and frogs, the visuals in that just really stick with you. And he is a director with the aesthetic is like really stands out. Like I mean, the whole thing with in El Topo with you've got loads of people like amputees, and it's just it's crazy. But like there's it's his films really just you think it's one of his films. At the end of the day, they're entertaining. I do like El Topo a lot, but Holy Mountain's just crazy.
Dude, the only thing I find weird about Jodorowsky is like he's not really scared to express himself. Like even in interviews, he the way that he discusses rape in such a comfortable way is crazy, in my opinion. But he really is an artist. I think like an artist as well.
Yeah.
But but like you say, Santa Sagre I think is his best film.
Do you think like movies like El Topo and Holy Mountain could still be made today?
No,
No.
not to the levels that they were allowed to make. Do you know what I mean? Like, because you could easily put Salò in that list as well. You can never make a movie like Salò.
No.
Too many barriers to cross, and you would just piss too many people off with it. Obviously, you do get a few, like, you know, obviously Serbian film is one of them, but that just goes full out. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. Kuckerberg said, anything with Asia Argento, I'm down to watch. Hell yes. New Rose Hotel, Abel Ferraro, fucking phenomenal movie. Do you guys like Asia Argento?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. She's I've always enjoyed her choices of film.
Triple X.
Yeah.
Nice. What else we got? Dimitri. Holy Mountain is obscure. You wish, Dion. Listen now, Dimitri. If you want to go back to the gulag, shut it.
It's not as obscure as it used to be. Because I remember back in the day, I was the only person that had seen it out of like my social group. People would be like, "What?" And then as soon as you put it on, people couldn't sit through and watch it all. Yeah.
Well, obscurity you can measure by the people in your film community online, or everyone in the United States, or the UK. There's different levels.
Yeah.
The average person on the street never saw this.
No.
What else we got? Kuckerberg, The Devils. Okay, right. The Devils is next on my list. Okay, we'll talk about The Devils. BM Busk, Love Phenomena, probably my second fave Argento film behind Suspiria. Phenomena is a good second choice.
Mine is Tenebra.
Ooh, nice. Yeah. Well, I have my second choice Argento on the list also, so we'll get to that later. What else we on? What else? Nazarene probably haven't for years waiting for the Arrow re-release. Yes, next month it is out finally. My favorite quote from Hodorowski is, "I don't make movies to make money. I make movies so I could lose money." That is a very good Hodorowski quote, definitely. Now we got Dimitri saying Asia Argento is an abuser, just FYI. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we know. I'm not going down the Polanski road with this today.
No.
Seems to happen every week.
No.
That took over the chat a bit too much last week. And then Premium Blu-rays talks about Asia Argento. We'll leave that out. It's Alive, the Larry Cohen flick, is a great piece of 70s cheese. It's Alive. Anybody seen It's Alive?
I don't think so.
No, neither have I, actually. And then we've got Stiff Kittens. We've had Myers. Now where's Leatherface?
He may put it
That's
in.
A good question. Maybe not. We'll see. Okay, Hus, what is next up on your list, good sir?
Okay, I'm going to put this in as a replacement. It is Lupin the Third, Miyazaki's Castle of Cagliostro. I don't know if anyone's seen it. It's probably the first animation in this stream.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's Miyazaki's directorial debut. Just a film that is charming. It's probably the most. I watch it with my daughter, and I'm trying to find other Lupin movies that she could watch, and I can't seem to find any. They're a little bit more adult, but you know, this is such a family favorite. It's charming. It's a love story. It's got fairy tale, but with this guy who's an absolute charming crook that he's so lovable. The wolf. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it. Lupin
it's one of the only Miyazaki's I've not seen.
Oh,
I have seen it. I remember enjoying it. Very briskly paced and a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah. It's got everything in it, and it's one of those films that inspired Indiana Jones as well, which is
really
yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah. And I think it's one of Miyazaki's best. You know, it was pre-Studio Ghibli.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear the latest news about Miyazaki's new film?
Yeah, it's not going to be made for years. I've been told. He's only done what? Was it 30 minutes or 3 minutes?
Yeah. They're doing like a minute a month at the moment, apparently.
Oh my god.
Is anyone going to finish Satoshi Kon's last movie, like The Dream Machine or something? And I'm not even sure how incomplete it is, but I want somebody to finish that.
Yeah.
You heard Wong Kar-wai is going into production, finally?
Yeah, for Blossoms. 9
months he's filming in Shanghai.
Wow.
I don't know why for so long, but he can do what he wants. Very excited. About fucking time he did it anyway. Pardon my French, but...
Is he working with Doyle on this? Is he the cinematographer on this?
I've asked somebody, but nobody's got back to me yet.
Just stock the bar. He'll be there.
Load up the whiskey.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find out soon. Like, I heard about the book, but there's no English translation of the book that it's based on. So I'm hoping there'll be a translation of it at some point.
I've heard it's a sequel to In the Mood for Love. Well, part of that series.
Well, it's part of the trilogy.
Yeah, part of the last. Yeah.
But he's based this on a book. It's based on a book about 3 Shanghai maids.
Oh wow.
So yeah, that's all I know. But yeah, you can get a translation of the book. So yeah. So. Dimitri's also asking where is Leatherface. Well, you're gonna have to freaking wait and see. This is why we make a list.
Yeah.
Build anticipation. Because people are gonna be angry with our list choices sometimes. How about a movie from Amaro? Again, it's all about the anticipation. Anticipation. What else we got? I grabbed Scala Diva recently. On the cover had me so for God's sake, Asia Argento. Oh god. Kuckerberg then says she can abuse me anytime.
I was gonna say that, but I didn't. Thanks, Kuckerberg, for saying that for.
Insert Curb Your Enthusiasm music. I picked up Castle of Cagliaristro for a few months back for 99p in a charity shop. Not watched yet. Defo looks interesting.
Yeah. Well, it's worth that much. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Nice. So then, Eric, what's next on your list?
All right. Maybe finally pick one that maybe not everyone has seen. Under the Blossoming Cherry Trees, 1975. It's a Japanese drama horror film directed by Masahiro Shinoda. And it stars Tomisaburo Wakayama from Lone Wolf and Cub. So he's this murderous mountain man. And right at the beginning of the film, he's, doing his thing, and he meets a woman, and she has an odd, almost like control over him psychologically. And he begins to help her murder people for her own, I guess, kind of, well, I don't want to spoil it for you, but she has a really weird hobby that she likes to do. And, it kind of goes from there. And this one is pretty sweet. It's got like, you get the blossoming cherry trees throughout, but they're kind of portrayed in almost like a force of nature way where people almost kind of lose their minds when they're exposed to them at times, which is kind of interesting. There's kind of a theme of like womanly power over man in this that I really liked. And it's a little demented. It does have that horror slant to it, which is one of the reasons why I like it so much. I think it's one of my personal favorite Shinoda films, so I would recommend it. And it might actually be on the Criterion Channel, I think.
I've not seen this, but yeah, I've heard about it. It sounds absolutely cool. I mean, what a great director anyway. I mean, I think I brought up Pale Flower last week of his.
Yeah.
And Silence was great too.
Yeah, and Silence. Oh, he's such a great director. And I definitely want to see this. I should just put it on my watch list. See if I can get a hold of a copy of somehow. Yeah.
Nobody else is
Great.
chatting about.
It's nice
Good
to
choice.
get these sort of titles that no one sees.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I
I
think
usually do that too much, but the
Yeah.
but the 70s.
That's the
got
thing
me.
with the 70s. There's just too many. There's too much
Yeah.
good shit. That's the problem. Stiff Kittens just bought Arietti and Windriser Steelbooks, £22 for both today. Now that's a good deal. I love Windrisers.
Yeah.
Very, very good Ghibli movie. Renee, do you like Harold and Maude? Yes, I do like Harold and Maude, but I prefer Last Detail more. Have you guys seen Harold and Maude?
I
Yeah.
have not.
Okay,
Haven't
read it
seen it
up.
for a while.
I won't get too much into it. Nazarene Prod, Dion, Cat is out on home media next month. I know you want to know. Nazarene Prod, I will tell you this now. I've actually got the American Blu-ray of it because I was that desperate to get it before the UK release. I've not rewatched it yet, but I'm gonna make sure that Cats is like the cult hit that it deserves to be. Don't you worry, my friend.
And he's not even joking.
I'm not even fucking joking, man. I am actually not joking. Stiff Kittens. Oh, they are on Zavi if you want to get them. I might get Windrisers. I love Windrisers.
I'll never shop at Zavi.
I know.
No.
That's the thing about Zavi. Especially a steel.
Yeah. I literally diss them every time there's a complaint from someone that I know is complaining on Twitter about them. I just join in and say, how can anyone buy off that? And I think, have you seen that episode of South Park where they're complaining to the internet companies and they're just there going, oh, I think that's what Zavi do. They just treat their customers like shit because they love hearing those complaints. They're like, oh, tell me again. Hey, I've still got dented. Oh, let me tell you that I'm going to do jack shit about it. That's what they're like.
I know what you mean.
They do not care.
No, I hear you, brother. The Steelbooks is Zavi's as well. You never know if they're gonna pack them properly and then they're gonna be dented and everything like that.
And they got the cheek to provide this new thing where you pay annually.
Oh, the red carpet.
Red carpet. Unless you're gonna get this red carpet and wrap the Blu-ray in it so it doesn't come back damaged, that's fine. But I'll tell you something, I can't order from them ever. It infuriates me that they're still here providing that terrible service, wrapping up steelbooks like that. They don't care. They probably step on it.
How about us, right? Say now if Zavi had the exclusive rights to Ichi the Killer on Blu-ray for the first time ever, and you will never be able, limited to 1,000 copies, would you buy from them?
That's probably one of the, rare cases where I probably would.
Take your chances and just hope the mailman.
Yeah.
Just buy 2 just in case.
Yeah. And then they both come damaged. That's what I did. That's what I did with Ex Machina. I got it. It was damaged. And I said, and I complained. They go, "Oh, sorry. It was a limited edition. We sold out of it. What do you want us? What?" They didn't even say, "Would you like a refund? Would you like to send it back?" No, it was just.
We're taking your money.
Yeah.
Nice. Right. Okay. So next up on my list, as I promised it, is Ken Russell's The Devils, 1971. One of the best films to depict how the church took control of people, how they manipulated people. And it's probably one of the most gruesome yet really eye-opening films that I've watched in a very long time. Vanessa Redgrave is phenomenal in this movie. It really just captures me, the set designs, just Ken Russell's audacity to just challenge the church in the way he did is absolutely mental. I actually found out the other day that Derek Jarman is one of my favorite directors. Actually was the production designer for this, which opened my eyes a bit more. And obviously, I think it's one of my favorite Oliver Reed performances in film. It really is one of the most shocking films that you'll ever watch. And I think still it stands, like, even it's 1971, the film still causes that shock factor. And I think it's one of the best films of the 1970s. It's one of my favorite films of all time, actually. But yeah, have either of you seen The Devils?
I have not.
I've not
Another
seen
one
it,
on the list.
but I've just seen the set design and the cast. It's got like Oliver Reed, Vanessa Redgrave, Dudley Sutton, John Woodvine.
Seriously, man. Really I'm not saying it's underrated, but it's definitely one of those like controversial pieces of film. Like the Warner Brothers don't want to release it on Blu-ray. They don't want to give it a new print. There's just a DVD of it.
Is it because it's too controversial?
Well, you can say that, but they just don't want to release it. Like Mark Commode has like there's an uncut version of it. Like there's a further cut. I won't say anything. Just read about it because it's really interesting. But like Mark Commode actually he doesn't own it, but he actually has a copy of it. So there's like this like current that you have this general release and then you have the extras, which is even more fucked up. There's just crazy nuns. There's a bone dildo. Yeah.
This sounds right up my alley. Bump this to the top of my list.
Yeah. But honestly, man, it's one of those it's an all-timer for me personally. And again, great horror. It's a very good horror in my eyes. But yeah, Kickerberg's asking to Huss, where would I go about getting a Blu-ray release of Breathless, the 2009 Korean, by the way? I have the Terracotta 2-disc DVD, but it's such a good film, I would love a Blu-ray release. Do you know anything else?
There's a Korean eBayer that will most likely have it. I think if you check on the eBay and then go to make sure you're checking worldwide, it'll probably come up. I mean, I know a lot of people that have got it from eBay quite recently as well. So you might find it. You're most likely to find it on eBay from Korean sellers. But with everything going on, you won't get it for a while. And I think some people have been ordering from this seller recently, and he's just refunding because, you know, it's going to take so long. So wait till after the pandemic, mate.
What else we got? Cats the Stage musical was live streamed at 7 p.m. today. It will be available for 24 hours in the UK, 48 hours in the rest of the world. I have seen Cats on stage twice. That's all I need to say. It's a good musical, damn it. Tell Huss I have never had a problem with Zabi ever.
Don't talk too soon.
Kookaburg. We got Kookaburg says I ordered Alan Clark Blue set from Zabi. They sent it in a single basic bubble mailer. There you go. Ken's Tommy with Oliver Reed. What about The Boy? I do like Tommy as well. Very good Ken Russell film. I want to watch Women in Love next, which is another one I really want to check out from Ken Russell. Good British director. Kind of his films came out at a bad time, I think, sometimes. Like Devils came out around Clockwork Orange time, I think. So yeah, 1971, both of them came out at the same time. So two controversial British films came out at the same time. Obviously, more people talk about Clockwork Orange than The Devils, but they're equally just as good. So it's I actually have a friend who's a lecturer, but he's like based his like career on Ken Russell, and like he tries to get more people to watch Ken Russell movies, and like he loves Kubrick as well, but he will just say like Ken Russell's films are better than Kubrick's all the time. But yeah. Anyway, WD Pung on eBay has Breathless on Blu-ray. I'm assuming that's the eBay seller you were talking about, Huss?
Yeah, he's a really good eBay seller, but like I said, during the pandemic, he's not selling. I mean, Nova Media's still got 3 of my packages on hold. They're not posting them yet because of what's going on.
What else we got? Shane Warner won't release it on Uncut, though. Devils, yeah, it eventually may happen if we're lucky, but we shall see. Okay, moving on. Huss, what you got?
Okay, next up I have female convict scorpion Jailhouse 41. Eric, were you going to put that on your list?
No, but it's a good choice.
Yeah, I think it's the best one out of that whole set. It's visually, it's stunning. Meiko Kaji. I mean, someone mentioned Meiko Kaji in the comment section. She was on the top of her game in the 70s. I mean, how many great movies did she make in that time? But this sort of like pips it for me, just ahead of Lady Snowblood, which was 1970s. I think it was 1970s, Lady Snowblood.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, what a great... And it's got like Ballad of Narayami. It's got those like little sort of like kabuki play type bits to it that feels like a kabuki play, and it's just absolutely stunning. And I like seeing that in movies. And yeah, it really shows her. I think it's the second movie in the series, isn't it, Eric? Is it the second?
Ooh. I still have yet to rewatch them, so I get confused. I think it might be.
Yeah, and you really see her development from like the first film, and yeah, absolutely wonderful film. Easy to get hold of in the UK. Released by Arrow.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely check it out, guys.
I got the set sitting right there, right on my screen, right there.
Oh, nice.
So I look forward to rewatching all of them.
Yeah,
really interesting flicks.
Yeah, they are. They are absolutely amazing. Just so cool. They are really cool films. And I mean, the first one's quite harrowing.
Mm-hmm.
Like the rape scenes in there, but yeah, she's amazing. She's such an amazing like talent. She's a singer, great actress.
Her eyes, man. Her eyes.
I know.
When she gets mad at you, you know.
Yeah.
Right. Hell yeah, female prison scorpion series is wonderful.
Yeah.
Kookaburg says, thank you for the eBay recommendation. Anyone seen the Japanese Hanzo the Razor movies from the 70s? Someone wants to sell me the DVD box set.
They're worth watching. I think my favorite's the second one, but they're all worth watching, I think.
Renee says, Love Exposure has a great tribute to the character of Scorpion.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I can see that. So, Eric, what have you got next?
All right. We got 3 left, right?
Yeah, 3 left.
I got another juggernaut here. Drunken Master, 1978. It's a Hong Kong action comedy directed by Yuen Wu Ping, starring Jackie Chan. And, looking back on Chan's career, I don't know if anyone's really going to do what he did ever again in terms of just putting his body at risk, like month in and month out for like 30 freaking years, and making that many entertaining films, using that kind of method. But in 78, his career was on the rocks. There was this, and then the one that came out before, Snake in the Eagle's Shadow, that finally got him rolling. You know what I mean? Because a lot of these producers in the 70s wanted to find the next Bruce Lee, and Chan finally got a chance to kind of crack that and do something different. And this film is it's loaded with great, martial arts fights. Some of it's pretty odd in style, but it's genuinely funny, and we can see the development of his character. He plays Wong Fei Hung in this, who's a big-time character in a lot of movies, an historical figure. So this was a little bit different because he played him a little bit on the wacky side. But, anybody who's interested, again, in martial arts stuff, watch Chambers of Shaolin and Drunken Master.
Yeah. It's an absolute classic. I mean, I almost put it on my list. I was thinking of putting a Chan movie in there. It was between this and maybe Fearless Hyena. I was thinking of it because that was his directorial debut, and I mean, Drunken Master is phenomenal. Did Lau Kar-leung direct the second one? I think I'm not too sure if he did,
I'm not sure.
or he starred in it.
He was in it, I think.
Yeah.
I think he's the one that Jackie fought under the train with the sticks.
Yeah, with the chopsticks. What was it? No, I'm thinking of Fearless Hyena there, but yeah, just a absolute martial arts classic. Yeah, I think there's a UK release of it. Yeah, there is. Yeah, Drunken Master. There's definitely a UK release, but I think Eureka released it, so it's easy accessible for everyone. Yeah. Have you seen it, Dion?
No, but I've instantly added. I read up about it and I was like,
Yeah.
damn, that sounds like some good fun.
Mm.
Like, I always forget about like how Jackie Chan was before he became a bastardized American, film connoisseur. So yeah, you always forget, but nah, I definitely check that one out. Stiff Kitten says, knew this was coming, and then Dimitri says, wonderful film. Eric's just reminded me of the endless TV marathons of Drunken Master films from my childhood.
Yeah.
Good childhood time, I guess. Eureka's release of Drunken Master is very good. I really need to check this out now.
Yeah.
Is it a decent release? Is it? Or...
Yeah, it is. It is. It's got all the audio tracks. It's got brand new subtitles. Because I think the last one I had didn't have great subtitles on there. A few errors in there, but yeah, this is really good.
Right. Okay. It's in the basket.
Nice.
It's in the basket.
The second one, I think Drunken Master 2, aka The Legend of Drunken Master, is even better in my opinion. Yeah. So they get that double features money, man.
Yeah.
Nice. 10 quid. 10 quid's not bad.
10 quid. That's really good.
10 drachma. Okay. Oh yeah. So that's me now. Okay. Right. So next up on my list, I'm going for my Lord and Savior David Lynch, Eraserhead. Yeah.
We knew Lynch was going to come out from your mouths.
Well, let's start from the beginning, okay? This took 5 years to make to begin with, so this could have come out in like the early 70s if it needed to, but it didn't, because Lynch had to make it perfect. Okay.
Okay.
What I love about this film is it's just absolutely bonkers. It's an amazing introduction to like David Lynch as a human being, as a director, and as an artist. It is so fucked up in many ways because that baby is not fucking normal.
No, it is.
We can all admit that.
Yeah.
Just the use of black and white is beautiful. Yeah, I just love it. Eraserhead is like. What else do you need to say about Eraserhead? It's just so fucking good. But yeah, Eraserhead, lads.
I need to rewatch all of Lynch's films, and
yes, you should. Every day.
I just feel like those are films that I would appreciate more after second viewing. So this one, I'm actually kind of looking forward to going back and watching again.
Yeah.
Now, have you seen Tetsuo the Iron Man?
No.
Okay, yeah, you're gonna have to make that a priority at some point. Just his weird black and white craziness.
Okay.
Yeah. Talking about
the Iron Man.
It'll be in the Tsukamoto set if you've ordered it.
Oh, that's the US set. But Third Window have a UK release on Blu-ray with the first and second movie.
Oh, BFI. The BFI's put it on the BFI player.
Part of their Japanese
it's
cinema.
Part of the Japanese cinema festival. Yeah. So no, it's actually on my watch list, that one. Yeah.
I love Tsukamoto's whole stop frame animation stuff, which is just amazing. But yeah.
The stuff I've seen from that film is like the pictures I've seen of the Tsukamoto film. I can instantly see the Eraserhead like connection. So no, I definitely see that. Eraserhead still. Oh, sorry. Wait a minute. Going through says, Dion, add some lotion in the basket. Don't forget to put the lotions on, my friends. What else have we got? Dimitri, Eraserhead still messes me up. Has anyone seen the wonderful Begotten?
No.
No. Dimitri, elaborate if you wish. Sound design in Eraserhead is amazing. Yeah, it is near perfect, I would say. Has anyone mentioned Hausu yet? Yes, I mentioned Hausu as my first choice of films. That was like, I don't know, in the first 20 minutes of the. Yeah. I know Dion is probably going to be Godfather. Number one is going to be Godfather, so I'm going to name a very underrated Pacino, Panic in the Needle. God, no. God, no. Godfather is not even in my list. I didn't even consider Godfather, I'm afraid. If that is how you assume that I am as a film guy, trust me. Yeah, no, sorry.
But
you don't know.
the thing about Godfather is that when you talk to people in like on Facebook on the forums, I mean, when you see people putting up my favorite sequels, and they don't even mention like Godfather 2, and I say to people, why is no one putting Godfather 2? But they're putting up like Avengers Age of Ultron. I'm like, hold on, you're not putting Godfather 2, but you're putting. I've never seen Godfather, and I've never seen Godfather 2.
They're both really good, I think.
Yeah, I think they are great movies. They're not on my list, but I'll give them an honourable mention.
Yeah,
I think
not my they're not my style. I just don't do. I don't. I like them, but I'm just not a mob movie lover.
That's understandable.
Yeah. What else we got? Fando and Liss, Eraserhead and Tetsuro, and then Pi. Oh God, Pi. I think Pi in ages. That's an interesting lineage of very obscure cinema, I must say. Renee is freaking cool. Okay, hosts.
Okay,
this is number. Are we on 8?
8? Are we on 8?
Yeah, we've got last 2, right?
No, 9 maybe.
9.
We're on 9. Oh, 9. Yeah, sorry.
So Godfather segues into this one, which is Apocalypse Now. I think.
Nice.
I think it's my favorite Coppola movie. I think you can see it's an anti-war movie. It's everything about it, from like Marlon Brando to Dennis Hopper's performance in this to probably the most interesting character for me is Deval. In it, the music, this, and there's so many aspects to it that when you're watching it, you forget about. Oh, look, the French people, off that scene with the French people, and they're having dinner. I think it's the greatest war movie of all time. I don't know what I could say about this film that probably everyone else has already said. I mean, I don't know what you guys think of it.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Yeah.
Robert Duvall was awesome in that movie.
Yeah. I think
he was great.
Yeah. just a mate. I've never seen him play that sort of character in any other film like that.
Well, that's the thing. Like when you think about him, Godfather, he's a very straightforward kind of guy. Yeah. But here is such a different. But I think that's the joy of Robert Duvall. He is a really good actor. In most of the things he's been in. But yeah, I agree. Like I think we discussed it last week, right? I think Apocalypse Now is just one of those films where the history of the whole process of making that film is just as interesting as the movie itself. Like In the Heart of Darkness is one of the best documentaries about the making of a movie that you'll ever watch. Seeing Coppola going mental with Brando, just seeing Sheen at his most drunkest.
Yeah.
The opening scene with him is freaking phenomenal.
I know. It's brilliant.
Yeah. It just sets the tone for the whole movie.
Yeah.
it's definitely one of the best war films.
Now, was that shot in Cambodia? Or where was that shot? So you're shooting in Cambodia and you're dealing with Brando? I mean, I would never want to I would never want to be put in that position.
Yeah. It's like when we were talking to Roman, it's just like he was meant to be really, he was fucking fat when he turned up. Man that was meant to be living in the jungle for years, ad-libbed. Yeah. Love that movie.
It's a masterclass of filmmaking.
Yeah.
I mean, more than Godfather is, I think.
Yeah.
Definitely. Because there's so many elements to this film, which, whilst Godfather is like one whole piece, I think this has got like bits everywhere, which I think are just wonderful. And like every time I watch it, it's like I'm in awe of Coppola. I think he's just. This is his one true masterpiece, which is not regarded the same. I don't know why it's not regarded the same as Godfather. Like Godfather was this film that won so many awards and acclaim. Yet there's so many great performances in this film, which are completely forgotten about.
Definitely, man. But that's the funny thing about Coppola. 1970s, right? He made The Conversation, he made Godfather, and he made Apocalypse Now. He won a Palme d'Or at Cannes Film Festival for The Conversation and for Apocalypse Now. So he won it in 74 and in 76. So to win 2 Palme d'Ors is massive in general anyway. But it tells you the stature of him as a director in the 1970s. He was like freaking peak during this time. And I still think that Dracula from 92, I personally quite like that movie quite a bit.
I do as well.
Gary Oldman, Keanu, Winona.
Yeah.
Love it. I think it's great. But Coppola has had a very interesting career. But the 1970s just defined him, I think. Because for you to bash out hit after hit, acclaim after acclaim, award after award with all 3 of those movies, that's crazy.
Yeah. I don't think there's a director.
That shouldn't exist.
Yeah. I don't think there's a director like him that's produced such great movies, but it's not regarded at the same level like as other god level directors.
Yeah,
if you know what I mean.
He's carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know why that is. I just don't understand. I mean, he's
but he's hung out. He's friends with all the bigwigs in this time. He's really good with friends Scorsese, George Lucas. He befriended Kurosawa. Spielberg is a close friend of his. He was in De Palma. He was in The Blend. They were like a rat pack, really, directors at that time. They were so young, and for them to create some of the biggest titles in the history of cinema, it's crazy. But yeah, I know what you mean about Coppola. It's really bizarre. But obviously for me as well, like Sofia Coppola is one of my favorite directors of the 21st century. She's ultimately one of my favorites. So like he gave birth to her. And obviously we have Nick Cage. Nick Cage is also related to
Talia Shah.
Crazy, man. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
It's fucking dynasty, man.
Yeah.
What about Sharknado 2? Sharknado 2.
Who put that?
Stiff Kitten. Yeah. Sharknado 2, it is what it is, I guess.
Those movies don't go all the way. They have a great premise and they do nothing with it.
Yeah, exactly. Like they go stupider by the end, don't they? Which version do you prefer of Apocalypse Now? Theatrical, I think, is best.
I think I agree with that from what I remember.
Yeah, I've got that 4K set that came out recently. It's got all the different versions, but because you've obviously got the redux and the direct, there's too many cuts of it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Still like Dimitri, helicopter dissolving into ceiling fan cinema. Yes. I think the whole sound experience of Apocalypse Now is crazy. Stiff Kittens then goes going off Apocalypse Now, MASH, and Donald Sutherland in MASH, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. MASH is a good movie, but I don't rate it as highly as I do Apocalypse. Kuckerberg, I prefer Full Metal Jacket over Apocalypse, to be honest. I can appreciate how great the movie Apocalypse is. Full Metal Jacket is a different kettle of fish, I think. Because Kubrick went for a completely different angle to the Vietnam War, but I can see what you mean with it.
Yeah, it's two different. I mean, I see Full Metal Jacket as two movies. Like
exactly.
the first, and I think that the first half, I find for me is more superior. That whole scene of like this, this traumatized.
Yeah,
cadet.
You're building boys into men.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole process, and then I think once the second half hits, it's just a different kettle of fish when they become these animals.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm assuming we're going to do 80s, so I'm sure we'll discuss Full Metal Jacket at that point. Heart of Darkness documentary, yes, fuck yes. Tropic Thunder is a great spoof of Apocalypse Now and Heart of Darkness as well.
Yeah.
Fucking love Tropic Thunder. Bram Stoker's Dracula is the best version of The Tale, and Mary Shelley's Frankenstein is good too. Good point. Oh, Jason Schwartzman is another Coppola. He is. Coppola's greatest. Stiff Kittens. Coppola's greatest achievement is though being the uncle to Nick Cage.
Have you ever seen that? In the UK, we used to have this talk show, Terry Wogan. And Nicolas Cage was on there, and it was like during his younger days, and he came out as doing a somersault, and then he was and then he came out of took out a small wad of like money, and he just started throwing money in the air at people, just going like this. He was off his head.
Yeah.
What do you think of him being cast as Joe Exotic?
Joe Exotic. Yeah, I can see it, but I'm not overly keen.
Yeah.
Not overly keen. Do you know he has one of the biggest comic book collections in the world?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Nick Cage.
Oh, the man who bought a Tyrannosaurus head has one of the best comic book. I can't imagine that happening.
Yeah. I still would love to see how his Superman would have turned out with Tim Burton. That's the one thing I always wanted to know. Do you know when you see the footage of him putting the costume on for the first time? I was like, I just don't see this.
There was something about a giant spider or something, and Superman wasn't going to fly.
Yeah.
I've heard a few rumors about it.
There is a documentary that is it John Schnepp that made?
Yeah, I should watch that.
The only thing I would love to see if how Tim Burton would have brought Brainiac into the fold, because Brainiac was going to be the main villain in the movie. But yeah, Chris Max, do you like Deer Hunter? Seems like it's not well regarded as it used to be. Personally, I think Deer Hunter's kind of dated, but I can see a lot of people still loving it. But it's personally, I just don't get it. I don't get the fuss.
I rewatched it recently, and I just seem to just really love the Christopher Walken scenes, and I think the rest was a bit like.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? It's quite a long film as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, it is. It really is. Okay then. So Eric, what you got next?
I gotta throw a giallo film on here. I'm doing Don't Torture a Duckling, 1972.
Yes.
Lucio Fulci. A reporter and a promiscuous young woman try to solve a series of child killings in a remote southern Italian town. And I think Fulci's earlier films were kind of underappreciated. I do like some of his popular stuff, like The Beyond I really like. Zombies, fun to watch, stuff like that. But, between Don't Torture a Duckling and A Lizard in a Woman's Skin, and even he did The Psychic too, I believe. So those are really like high quality giallo films. I like the way this is shot. It's shot in it has almost like a barren type of aesthetic to it too. A lot of rocky terrain and stuff like that. You have Florinda Balkan and Barbara Boucher in kind of major roles here. And Barbara Boucher is quite the looker in this one, I will say. The killer's motive is really fascinating when it ultimately comes into play. I think it's a really interesting, philosophy to have that he has regarding, why he's doing this. And I think it's a pretty interesting screenplay and a really interesting film. So if anybody wants to get into some giallo, I would recommend this.
I think that got a Arrow release in the UK recently.
Yeah, I remember it getting announced.
Yeah, and I think that kind of actually opened up more people to appreciating the movie a bit more, which is actually quite good. But yeah, man, I totally agree. It's a really good watch. It's been a while since I rewatched that one actually, but nah, you've kind of inspired me to rewatch it. But I've had a bit. I kind of wish I had a bit more time to like rewatch like giallo movies before this, but I definitely am gonna have to rewatch a few more after this, man. Nah, good shout. What we got here? Worst moment from Eurovision. Worst moments from Eurovision is on soon. Speaking of Wogan, oh my god, I love Eurovision. It makes me laugh every time. Do you know what Eurovision is, Eric? It's basically when the whole of Europe do this massive like singing competition and everybody votes for each other tactically by territories. It's very controversial, but it's also a lot of fun.
You always get England and Ireland voting for each other.
Yeah.
And
like all
Greece and Cyprus. Yeah.
All the Eastern Europeans vote for each other. Then if you're like enemy countries, you don't vote for each other. It's fucking hilarious. They've cancelled the shit. But they're still like doing stuff. There's like a Will Ferrell movie coming on Netflix about Eurovision, so maybe it would be a good introduction to you to Eurovision. Him and Rachel McAdams in a comedy movie about Eurovision. It's coming out next month. Actually, speaking of Netflix, Snowpiercer trailer dropped. What did you think?
Do you know what? I saw a poster for it and I didn't even know it was coming.
Neither did I.
I think Park Chan-wook's a producer on it.
Allegedly so.
Yeah.
Get your money, Park. Get that money, baby.
Yeah.
Get that TV money.
I'm sure Bond's got some kind of financial gain from it also. But yeah, I don't know. I'll give it a go, but I'm not anticipating much, to be honest. Anyway. Duckling is the best Fulci. Amen. Dimitri says. Nazarin Prod says, "Don't torture Duckling is just so good." Any Jean Rollin love tonight. Requiem for a Vampire is a classic, still unbelievable. Uncut in the UK, incredible film. Too beautiful, killer, sexy female lead actresses. Also, I've never seen Requiem for a Vampire. It's been on my list for quite some time. So yes, sorry about that, Cookberg. Renee, you've really got don't torture a Duckling.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's good to see.
Yeah, ending is epic. Hell yes. Duckling available via Arrow. Eurovision was too gay for Hungary. Yes, it was. Not really interested in Snowpiercer TV series. Yeah, there's a lot of politics about it as well. Yeah, man. You should read up about Eurovision. If you like your K-dramas, then you're going to love...
It's always fun to watch just because there's people...
Yeah.
You just... The commentary always go, oh, well, that's it.
Yeah.
They even get involved in the whole politics of it in Britain.
When I vacationed in Ireland way back in 2003, I'll be interested if you guys ever heard of this show because it just happened to be on TV in the hotel room. It was called the Salon. Have you ever seen the Salon?
No.
Where they're in a hair salon. There's all this drama going. It was like a reality show. I thought it was pretty.
I remember it. Yeah.
Oh shit! No. Yeah. No. Yeah. I remember it. Fuck. Yeah, that was terrible. Oh man.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Like literally, where I live is literally a ferry's ride to Dublin. It's like 3 hours. So like you can pick up like Irish TV from here sometimes, and like the amount of random shit that they have in Ireland is crazy. Like they have this like TV presenter called Dustin the Turkey. He's just like this little turkey guy that presents like TV shows. It's fucking random as shit. But anyway, I'll stop talking about Irish TV now. Moving on. My next one. Yes, it is Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh, nice.
Was that on your list?
I need to pick one more because Alien got knocked out, but I can't pick that one now. That's cool though.
Yeah, I was gonna put Deep Red, but I think Texas Chainsaw has a bit more of remnants for me because I quite like the franchise of Texas Chainsaw, even like the last one, which was pretty fucking abysmal if you ask me. I still found like enjoyment in it. But I think like Toe Hooper created one of like the iconic like, horror characters within Leatherface. And it just still freaks me out. You know, the dinner scene when they're like, tied up still fucking haunts me. But even like the 2003 one, the ending of the 2003 one with the found footage of him like grabbing the police officer still scares me now. Like it freaks me out so much. But the whole idea of Texas Chainsaw would be nothing without Hooper. I just love it. You know, I think when he runs around in the end with the chainsaw and you get the sunlight, fucking beautiful cinema, man. Like for a horror film to like have really good cinematography as well, it's brilliant. And I think just the way that you utilize like Youth Americana and slaughter the fuck out of them is brilliant. You know, you have just this instant connection. It is phenomenal. But yeah. Any more thoughts on Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Yeah,
brilliant.
I think it's fantastic, and plus that was a pretty brutal production from what I've heard as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
with the heat and all that, and a lot of things. You know, a lot of people, if I talk to them about it and they haven't seen it, they think it's just like a schlocky gore movie. There's not that much gore in it, like at all.
No,
you know, a lot of the violence is inferred.
Yeah,
it really
here,
is.
Isn't
it's
it?
in your mind. So it has a lot of, and that my favorite scene is at the end when she's running through, like, it's almost like a field of barbed wire, but it's like plants, and she's trying to like get through it, and he's coming after. That's just great suspense too. I love this movie.
Yeah, exactly.
I've only seen the second one, and then the recent one, and the one from 2003. So I haven't seen any of the others.
You've not seen the one with Matthew McConaughey?
No.
Is the second one the one with Dennis Hopper in, or was that the?
Yeah.
I like the second one. The second one I think is cool.
Yeah. Nah, it's just a great franchise, man. Like I know there's another one on the works. It's like even like Leatherface 3D when 3D was a cool thing in like the early oh man. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. Dimitri, best post Watergate film Texas Chainsaw is unparalleled. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 is so funny. Nazarene Prod. Meters is asking, have you discussed Agia, Wrath of God, Stalker, Cries and Whispers, or Nosferatu, The Vampire? Those are my favorites of the 70s. Werner Herzog and Tarkovsky's best decade for sure. I will get that to Werner Herzog and Andrei Tarkovsky later. Anybody else got Tarkovsky or Herzog?
No, but I like it.
Yeah. Okay. Texas Chainsaw Massacre is my favorite horror film of all time. Leatherface rules. Nosferatu the Vampire is my favorite horror film.
Wow.
Interesting choice. Good. That's a very Yeah. Okay. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D. Do your thing, cuz. Oh my god. Oh yeah, shit. I remember that line. Do your. Oh my days. What a freaking. Anyway, Huss, your last but not least movie.
Okay, mine is a Chang Che film. It's the Five Deadly Venoms. One of the greatest martial arts movies of all time. You got these, and the first, just the intro sequence with the credits coming up is one of the best intros to a martial arts film, prior to, as well as 36 Chambers of Shaolin, but with where you see each of the five Venoms, and the Venom mob were just like, they were like the face of Shaw Brothers movies. I mean, they were just in so many great movies like Master Avengers and so forth. But yeah, Five Deadly Venoms, five martial artists with different styles, different speeds, different skills, and it's it's nothing that's this idea, this concept has been done so many times in martial arts films, like Kid with Golden Arm, but this is like Yeah, this was an iconic, groundbreaking movie for martial arts movies, and yeah, Five Deadly Venoms. It's just wonderful. What
It's a
about you, Eric?
classic. It's a classic. I like the conflict too. I really did not like the antagonist in this one. It did a good job, like frustrating me a little bit. And fights are very good quality. It's what you want in a film like this.
Yeah. So just you could see from my list, a lot of these are just like exploitation movies. But yeah, the Venoms.
Yeah, but martial arts films, I've recently thought of as being almost like watching a dance performance, and you're dealing with people who are skilled. So I do think it has an actual quality aspect to it.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, I mean the way that they choreographed these Shaw Brothers movies. I mean, when I watch them now, and they've got like. Even like the props that they're using, you can see that they're metal, and if they were to hit someone, it's going to hurt. And so the sort of work and effort going into these films is just unbelievable. Yeah. Have you seen it, Dion?
No, I have heard about them. I think you've mentioned it to me a few times.
Yeah.
I have not, but you have piqued my interest yet again. I'm always a disappointment, so I apologize.
No, you'd never disappoint me. Don't say that.
Aww.
You should see him when he sees me. He just beats me.
Sounds like a good movie I'd want to watch.
Yeah, last time we met, didn't some guy stand on your foot or something? And you just like started yelling at him.
Who?
When I met you in London last time.
I
think it was
some guy started yelling at me, I think.
Yeah. I can't remember why, but
you
ended it with a classic. Yeah, but you called him a fucking mag at the end, which was quite funny. Very classic Londoner combo.
Wasn't there a viral YouTube video of two dudes from the UK who were giving each other the finger intensely, and that's all they did? Yeah. They said nothing to each other. They just kept
going. Yeah. Me and my girlfriend actually recreate that quite often in our house. I don't know why, but I just find it really funny.
Yeah.
It's very tense, isn't it? Very tense when it happens. Yeah. But we got Requiem for a Vampire, iconic 70s classic, still denied uncut good release in the UK. Okay, quick. It is added on my Letterboxd list, so I will definitely check it out. BM Busk says, I just saw 5 Venoms earlier this month. It was good, but not among my fave Shaw Brothers films, to be honest.
What's your favorite?
That's the question now, BM Busk. Answer. Need to watch exploitation films, Blackula and Defula. Blackula is a good exploitation watch, if you ask me. Have you ever seen Blackula, Eric?
No.
Oh, dude. Seriously,
I've heard of it. I should watch it. Add it to the list.
70 exploitations, like 70s films. Like you could easily do a alternative top 10 list of like exploitation films. I think from the 1970s because it is such a good time. Lady Snowblood was also an amazing action movie from the 1970s. I'm surprised I've not heard Lady Snowblood on a list so far, unless Eric has it. No. Well, you're next anyway, so
yeah. No, it's not on my list.
No. It's an honorable mention.
Yeah,
honorable mention. Yeah, go for it then.
All right, well, I got to pick one here because Alien got knocked off. But only one getting knocked off isn't as bad as his host, who's gotten more than that knocked off. So I'm going to my reservoir. Man, it's between 3. You know what I'm going to pick? We've already hit a few. We already hit one of his films. So, okay, I'm going to throw Black Christmas on here. Christmas, because I still think it's not as, acclaimed, or maybe not as appreciated as it should be. This was before Halloween, and it was before, Friday the 13th and all that stuff. And I rewatched this one last year, and it's still sufficiently terrifying. I have trouble watching it at night because I always think, is there someone in the house? Is there someone in the attic? And the phone, you know, if the phone rings, I'm like, is this call coming from like inside the house? Is it like, you know? So it's it'll mess you up, that movie, I think. And I think it's just really solid. It was at the forefront of like the slasher craze. And I want to give it a shout out because more people should mention it as being like at the forefront of that.
Yeah. What do you think of the last year's remake of it? Have you not watched it?
I haven't watched it yet. I watched the one from 2006, which I thought was pretty terrible, but I watched the newer one. We'll see.
Yeah. I thought Dimitri would get into this because he loves Black Christmas. The fact that you just see Billy's eye is deeply unsettling. Black Christmas is great, Renee says also. That's a good pick, man. I would agree. I do like that. And then he says, Dimitri then says, I will defend both of the remakes until the day. Wow. He makes some statements, man. Trust me. Stiff Kitten says not a slasher fan. Oh, I love slasher movies. They're like my favorite. One of my favorites horror subgenres, along with religious horror movies.
That's probably why I like Jally so much because they're a blend of murder mystery and slasher blended into. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Definitely, man. Okay, right. I need to pick one because obviously I've had a few that have been knocked off. So, I was thinking about this for a while, and it was like coming on my list quite a bit. But I think my last choice will have to be. I know we've mentioned this director before, but The Exorcist for me, really. Ultimate. I think it's again one of those pinnacle horror. Like freaking hell, 70s is crazy, man. For horror.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But I know it's one of those like films that everybody picks for a list. But for me, I think it's one of those films that I never get bored of watching.
Oh, same here.
And you've never seen The Exorcist?
No, I love it. I love it.
All right. I thought you just said you'd never seen it. I was like, what?
No, same here. I said, yeah.
Yeah, but it's just easy one.
Hell.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? It's just one of those like, and this has been the problem with the 70s one is like you could make a top 50 and they'd all be amazing films. I think when I think 1970s, I just think Friedkin, Exorcist, how much of a controversial film it was back in the day, how much of a hit it was, and just really how it opened like a bigger pantheon of horror fans as well. Like I picked a lot of horror in my list, but I think horror is just one of those genres that just dominated the 1970s.
Yeah,
I agree.
This is one I'll probably have to rewatch though, because I remember I've only seen it maybe 3 times, and it really scared me early on. The last time I saw it though, I don't know, I felt like it maybe wasn't quite as good as I thought it would be. So I don't know. I'll have to see. Actually, the other film that I was thinking of putting on that I chose Black Christmas. The other one was Sorcerer. I like from Freakin'. Nice. Now Sorcerer I would pick over The Exorcist, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's true. Good. Us anymore?
Well, I've honorable mentions. I put.
Shall we do the honorable mentions, or we'll go back to the chat then?
I mean, I've had to dig into my honorable mentions.
Yeah.
So the only one left. I've only got one left, which is Taxi Driver.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is as well. Yeah.
I had Invasion of the Body Snatchers and When a Stranger Calls.
Oh really? Oh, fuck, mine's a lot longer than that. Right. Okay. So
I think Chris wants to get in a statement here.
Have you noticed the genres of these films? I mean, like the ones I picked are all exploited, like horror. You've got Yakuza films, samurai films, and kung fu films. Yeah. It was that era of, I don't know, is it like films for men almost?
Yeah.
I mean, they were just. I mean, saying that, my wife loves Halloween. It's her favorite film of all time. But yeah, it's that era of, exploitation and horror and violence. It's crazy, isn't it?
Mm.
Sort of
I think it was
film.
just. I think it's the system just like opened up and it gave people a lot more free reign to make whatever they want, and making film was a bit more affordable by this point in the 70s.
Yeah.
Obviously, like the pornography business kind of like enabled cinema to actually expand a bit more. Because have you ever watched the show The Deuce on HBO?
No,
It's
the one with
basically about, like,
what's his name?
James Franco and
Yeah.
Maggie Gyllenhaal. It's just like how porn like kind of like became massive in this time. But if it wasn't for like pornography, it wouldn't have meant that cinema could actually expand the way it did. I know it sounds really weird, but it created like this like exploitation element of it. And then it's crazy, but that's just how it worked. But so my honorable mentions, I had Stalker from Tarkovsky. The reason I didn't put Stalker on it, and Stalker is one of the best films of the 1970s, I just think that it's just one of those films that you can talk about, but I feel like I can't give it justice to what it means. It's just one of those like it's one of those big films. Network is another one. Opening Night, Cassavetes. Woman Under the Influence, again Cassavetes. Claire's Knee by Romer. Agia, Wrath of God, Herzog. Chinatown, Polanski. Love in the Afternoon, again from Romer. And then Traffic by Jacques Tati. Those are like my last few ones. And again, I think maybe we should do a Giallo list, that'd be quite cool. But yeah, that's kind of where I was going with my list. I kind of went a bit more conventional than I thought at some of them, but I think that's the problem.
I think I had the most conventional list, I think, out of all of us.
Blend. I think it's a good blend.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't believe the conversation went on for 3 hours of ranking, but I think there was so much to discuss in between. Right, what we got? Anyone seen Fingers with Harvey Keitel? It's a great film, and Keitel gives a good performance. I've not seen that Harvey Keitel film, Andre. Anybody else seen it?
No.
Yeah. Dimitri, Ultimate Religious Horror, Exorcist, Stiff Kittens. No Star Wars, Enter the Dragon, or Superman the movie. I do not like Superman the movie. I will be bluntly honest. And
I liked
Star
it.
Wars.
It has its flaws, though.
Star Wars.
I liked it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I just didn't see the point in Star Wars on the list. Yeah, I don't know. And I was surprised Enter the Dragon wasn't on your list. That's not Eric.
Yeah, I like the film. But
yeah,
it's never been really one of my favorites. Even one of my favorite Bruce Lee movies. It's not.
Okay, interesting.
No disrespect to anyone who likes it.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure Gung Fu has something to say about this in a minute. Kuckerberg, Andre Fingers is an underrated slapped-on classic with Keitel. I have the import DVD from the States. I don't think it even has any UK release. What else we got? Exorcist is pretty good, but I don't consider it to be a pinnacle of horror films. I understand. The only thing I would say is if you want to go and speak to Matt Commode about The Exorcist,
my next question was going to say, have you ever spoken to Mark Commode about it? Because you've spoken to him.
I've been to a discussion where he discusses The Exorcist, and I've also read his dissertation for his thesis on The Exorcist.
So there's no room for questions, really, is there? He's spoken about that film so often.
Man, between Friedkin and Cronenberg and The Devils, those are like the 3 points that that Commode goes on. Like, he loves Cronenberg as well. Obviously, there's a few Cronenbergs in the 70s, but I don't think Cronenberg was at peak in the 1970s. 80s onwards, Cronenberg was king. Sorcerer over Exorcist, I can get behind.
Yeah.
It's a good point. Yeah, Sorcerer is good. But have you seen Wages of Fear that is based on, the French film?
No, it's on my queue.
Spacey. Omen is tied with Alien for best horror film. Not keen
for
on
me,
it.
it isn't.
But Don't Look Now. I was going to mention Don't Look Now, but do you know what? I have a weird thing about Don't Look Now. I always rewatch it before I go to Venice. because obviously it's based in Venice. So it's a good Nick Road movie. Very good Donald Sutherland. Donald Sutherland had a good decade in the 70s. I think my favorite Shaw Brothers film is the 36 Chambers of Shaolin or the Challenge of the Master. Still a lot I've not seen though, says Bumbusk.
What's your favorite, Eric?
Shaw Brothers. People will laugh at me if they've seen it, but it's a horror film called The Boxer's Omen from 1983. It's one of the craziest horror films I've ever seen. It's just phenomenal. Yeah,
they did a lot of crazy horror movies. I mean, in the UK, we got a lot of horror movies getting released from Shaw Brothers. What was the one? You had the Black Magic ones. The Oily
Maniac.
Oily Maniac. Yeah, yeah. It's just some crazy films.
Anybody seen the Call Girls from the Shaw Brothers?
No.
Very badly rated, but produced by them. The synopsis is literally the synopsis for this film is exploitation film about prostitution.
Says what it does in the tin.
It's directed by a guy called Cheng Kang, but it's actually the official title is The Call Girls. So yeah, interesting. That's on my watch list now because if you have a synopsis like that, I'm pretty eager to check it out. Fuck it now. How weird. What else we got? Don't Look Now. Yeah, incredible. Got a 4K limited, 4K limited steelbook in the 2004. I've got the Blu-ray of the new restoration. Anything of Superman is ridiculous. Superman 2 all the way. I can see what you mean.
I like his General Zod.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But Michael Shannon just takes it like 20 gears up, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I will find him! Oh, man. Michael Shannon just scares the shit out of me anyway.
He's got that scary face. I think even if his kids would probably be scared of him.
Do you know, he made a Christmas movie a couple of years ago, and he was actually quite nice.
Merry Christmas!
Oh, man, he's crazy.
I mean,
did anyone...
Have you seen him in Groundhog Day?
Yeah.
It's just a little kid in that.
You know, it's weird, isn't it? It's weird how he's evolved into this really aggressive character. Have you ever seen Nocturnal Animals with him in it, Jake Gyllenhaal?
Oh no,
he's a cop.
That was a good movie. I like that.
Yeah, it was really good, wasn't it? I don't understand why more people don't talk about that. Tom Ford is actually a good director. What else we got? Did anyone mention Dawn of the Dead? No.
Well, somebody's got to release it again in the U.S. because there's all the releases are out of print or hard to find.
Yeah,
how can that popular have such a terrible release?
Yeah, in the UK there's a couple of versions of it, but you also have there's a 4K of Dawn of the Dead on YouTube right now. Because that's where I rewatched it the other day.
Oh, okay.
On YouTube?
But no. Yeah, on YouTube, yeah. I know. There's so many movies on YouTube, man. It's crazy. But yeah, unfortunately, I didn't put Dawn of the Dead on it. I don't know why. I do like Dawn of the Dead quite a bit, but it just didn't go on my list. It just...
we all spoke about it last week.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. We had quite a long conversation about Dawn of the Dead last week, didn't we? Dimitri, no Romero so far, sadly. Sad eyes. Love Cassavetes. Gina Rowland's performance in Woman of the Influence is one of the best performances of all time. Gina Rowland's in Woman of Influence and Opening Night, freaking phenomenal performances. Her and Cassavetes just were a magical combination. Technically, Bergman's Magic Flute was TV, but it was released theatrically. I am not a big Bergman fan. I will be bluntly honest with you. Just don't get it. La Cage aux Folles, not seen that one. Soylent Green, I've not seen it, but many people have recommended it. Logan's Run are great. Any of you guys seen Logan's Run?
I thought it was pretty good.
Soylent Green is my boss's favorite film.
I've been meaning to watch that.
It keeps on telling me to watch it.
Oh god, here we go, going through. Was Alien and Aliens filmed on location in, I'm going to say it like my physics teacher, Uranus.
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 Uranus. What were they filmed on Uranus? I'm surprised Gung Fu's not kicked off about no Bruce Lee on this list. I'm still waiting. Maybe he's writing a very long essay about it. Remember Friedkin's Bug with Shannon, such an underrated film. A lot of people talking about William Friedkin's Bug, but I've never ever watched it.
I haven't either.
I've heard like so many people like talk about it. I really just don't get it. But yeah. Kuckerberg trying to find good stream of Peppermint Candy at the moment. 1999 movie, no way. I'm paying over the odds for an out-of-print third window DVD. Third window had it?
Yeah, the DVD of it. There is a Blu-ray which is out of print, a Korean Blu-ray, which goes for silly money every time it's on eBay. I don't own it, but yeah, it's hard to find.
I think it's actually it's not on Criterion Channel either.
Yeah, this is why this whole transition to streaming is partially garbage, because there's a lot of movies that were on DVD and physical media that haven't made the transition but are out of print on physical media. So they're in that that blind spot areas. Tons of films in my collection have no stream legally anywhere. You know,
it's bizarre, isn't it? If anybody in the chat has a stream of Peppermint Candy, feel free to share it with Kuckerberg. Life of Brian is my top 10 funniest movie I've seen. No movie describes what religion is better. Very, 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 very true.
Is that the one where the Reaper goes, "You effing Americans"? Or was that a different one?
I think is that which one's
the Grim Reaper shows up at someone's door and they're like Americans and they're just not like paying attention to him or just being rude. And he's like, "You effing Americans." I thought that was in the movie. Maybe it was a different.
I think that was what was that one that they did? The one where it's like an anthology.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it must have been.
What was it called? The Meaning of Life.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Life of Brian is the. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy.
Yeah. Oh god. Classic British humor. R.I.P. Terry Jones.
Yeah.
It's actually local to me. He's from Colwyn Bay.
Did you know him?
Far from me.
Did you meet him?
Not. No, but do you know him and Timothy Dalton from the same place?
Yeah.
Stars in the making. They were Dalton. Bolshevik Blu-ray where Dimitri, if you know where it is, find it for me, man, because I don't know where the hell it is. Never happening. Kuckerberg, Peppermint Candy was uploaded as a full movie on YouTube. There you go, Gung Fu. Stiff Kitten, I've got peppermint and licorice tea next to me. Okay, I see the association. I'll open it up to the chat. Favorite 70s films? What have we missed? What are you angry about? What would you have added? What would you change? Feel free to add. I got Stiff Kitten saying, "Oh, what's your take on Wicker Man?" I forgot to put Wicker Man on my list. I totally forgot. I love the Wicker Man. Have any of you seen the Wicker Man? Not the shit Nick Cage version, obviously.
I really liked it. I thought it was a good flick.
Oh, dude, it's so good. Christopher Lee in Wicker Man. Yeah. It's so freaky. It's just, you know, when they have the animal masks on, it still freaks me out now. I love it. Personally, I don't actually mind the Nick Cage version. It's quite enjoyable to watch it at times.
Yeah, at times.
Just to know that it exists. The bees, not the bees. I love it. It's so fucking funny. Yeah, Kung Fu. It has, but no subs for Peppermint Candy. Interesting. National Lampoon's Animal House, The Wicker Man, Young Frankenstein, Dog Day, Afternoon, Monty Python, Holy Grail, Watership Down, Jerk Days of Heaven, Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. Very good choices, I must say. I literally just, every time I think of Watership Down, I think of the song that goes with, Bright Eyes. Bright eyes burning like fire. And I always think of that when I think of Water Shut Down. It's such a sad fucking film, man.
I like
Good
Animal
animation.
House.
Yeah,
Animal House.
Yeah. Oh, Renee's asking Rocky Horror or Grease. I'm partial to both. I love Grease. Grease is so easy to watch, but Rocky Horror is also very good. We actually did like a sing-along version of Grease for a film festival I helped organize at the beginning of the year. Like the cinema had 100 seats and like 100 people came. They sang through the whole fucking movie, all dressed up in like drag and whatever. It was absolutely crazy. It's just one of those like it's a crowd pleaser, isn't it?
Yeah.
But obviously Grease is the same. Dimitri, Discreet Charm. What the hell is Discreet Charm? Oh, the Discreet Charm of the Bourgeois. Louis Brunel. Never seen it. I've never seen the Brunel film. Oh no, I have. I've seen Belle de Jour. Is it Belle de Jour? Oh yeah, Louis Brunel and Belle de Jour, right? I'm really confused now. Yeah, Louis Brunel made Belle de Jour. There we go. Anybody else? Last Picture Show is a great one from the 70s. You know what? I've not seen the Last Picture Show either. We've got Rocky 2. We got any Rocky 2 fans here?
I like Rocky 2. It takes a while to get going, but I like it.
Well, what is everybody's favorite Rocky movie?
I mean, in terms of quality, I like the first one the best. But if I'm gonna get a bag of popcorn and some beer, I'm gonna watch Rocky 3 and 4 back to back.
I was gonna say Rocky 3. A bit of Mr. T.
Yeah, I'm a Rocky 4 guy.
If he dies, he dies.
Drago. Do you know when Drago came back for that new Creed movie? I was like I was pumped, but it was fucking shit. Absolute garbage. Rocky 2. Okay, so Nazrin Prod says Badlands, very good Malik film. Not my favorite Malik film. Big Wednesday, Dillinger, Shivers, and Stalker. See, he did put Shivers down for Cronenberg, but again, I don't know. I'm having a bit of a. I want to go and rewatch all of Cronenberg's movies. Like, I quite like The Brood from the 70s.
Yeah, I was gonna say that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's actually got Oliver Reed in it as well. It does. Yeah, but yeah, because you've got Rabid in the 70s as well. You mean Rabid, Shivers, and The Brood in the 70s, right? Have you watched any Cronenberg, Hus? 1970s. Yeah. What's your favorite Cronenberg?
Mine is Videodrome.
Fucking love Videodrome. Dead Ringers for me at the moment. Dead Ringers is so good. Jeremy Irons playing twins, and they're gynecologists.
Yeah.
Are you Cronenberg? Are you a big Cronenberg fan?
Yeah.
I think you should really watch the Tetsuo movies. Definitely.
Yeah.
If you like Lynch and Cronenberg.
Yeah.
The Fly was really good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Tetsuo thing is happening because I was talking to my employer at the British Film Institute, and he was telling me like you need to like do a little blog thing about your favorite films on the Japan season. So I think Tetsuo is gonna be one of those I'm gonna check out. But yeah, definitely. What else we got? Rocky 4 is the best one, exactly. Rocky 4 Clan. Fucking love Rocky 4. Stiff Kittens, Cats is the new Rocky Horror. I wouldn't go that far. Cats is like.
I thought you would have agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think the thing is, Rocky Horror is not a bad film. It's a good movie. Like Cats is a good yet bad film. That still needs the butthole release or whatever they call it. You've heard about the butthole release of Cats, right?
I've heard something about buttholes being put in or taken out or something.
Why did they not have buttholes?
No, originally in the early like stages of making the fur stuff, they actually all had sphincters, and then
Nice.
they had to digitally erase the buttholes out of the film, and now like people are asking for the butthole release to come out.
Like the Snyder cut.
But why would they take them out? It's not like they're using them.
Because it was a kids' film, even
But
though
then-
Taylor Swift had furry boobs.
That's everything's offensive now. You can't have buttholes in a Cats movie.
Yeah.
Oh my
So
God. You go out the street, you got cats with their tails up.
I don't know.
well,
man.
technically, there is like this, like in the film, there's like a cat orgy, but done in a very abstract way. You really need to watch it, man. Get on it.
I'll do a
Maybe we
doubleheader of that and The Outsider in the same night.
God. We should do like a collab review on Cats. That'd be quite funny. Dimitri. He's got Pink Flamingos, Badlands, Day of Night, Day for Night, Woman of Influence, Alice in the Cities, Dog Day Afternoon, Jean Dillman, Three Women, The Marriage of Maria Brown. Oh yeah, I forgot to put Fassbender in my list as well. Love Pink Flamingos though. It's a great John Waters film. John Waters is a really fucked up director. I love him. Have you ever seen Mondo Trasho or Multiple Maniacs from him?
I gotta get into some of his stuff.
Oh, dude, like John Waters, like Multiple Maniacs is a really good entry point into John Waters movies, but I fucking love him. He's such a good director. I did consider Pink Flamingos in my list as well. What else we got? The Fly is so good. Exactly. Like that's the weird. I think the weird thing about The Fly is like it's gory as hell. Well, sorry, graphic, not gory. But everybody seems to love it still, and it's a really good entry point into going to watch Cronenberg movies. I think because you kind of get for his style, don't you? So yeah, you get Fast Company is also Cronenberg from the '60s, a car racing film. I've actually not seen that one, as a prod, but I'm attempting to watch all of his feature-length films during this lockdown. Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. I've seen Beyond the Valley of the Dolls, but not so keen on it. Have you seen it, Eric?
Nope.
No. It's okay. Dead Zone, Christopher Walken, Cronenberg. Hell yes.
Mm-hmm.
Christopher Walken, a lot of run in the movie 80s, 90s, man. Like Videodrome Fly are my favorites. Dead Ringers all the way. Criterion is great. Yeah, the Criterion for Dead Ringers is out of print, right? So you can't even buy it. Kickerberg, sausage rolls. Why are we talking about sausage rolls? Or is it just a random comment?
Do they have sausage rolls in America?
Sausage rolls?
Yeah.
I don't.
It's like poultry in pastry.
In
like a long
puff
line.
pastry.
Yeah.
Maybe, but I don't see him around. I don't really. No, I don't think so.
It's kind of like I don't know. It's kind of staple in the UK. We have like a chain club, right? We have a chain called Greg's that sell like pies and sausage rolls.
We do a lot of hot dogs.
Yeah, I can imagine. I would have been close to well, I'd be going to New York in like a week's time. No hot dogs for me. It's fine. Even though I don't eat meat, but still. I love Pecker, the film. Pecker.
Who said that?
Anybody see Pecker?
Well, the comment after it says that Pecker is great fun.
Never heard of it. 1998 movie. Is it 1998? Yeah. Oh, it's a John Waters film. Okay. I've never seen it, but I will also add this to my list. Oh, this list is growing today. Cats Right Before Christmas. Good pre-quarantine times. It was a magical time to be alive by then. Deliverance is a must.
I'm surprised no one said Serpico.
Do you know what? I needed to rewatch that but I didn't. But we did talk about Serpico last week, didn't we?
Yeah.
Serpico's it's a good flick.
Yeah, my list. One of the ways I whittled my list down is films that I've seen at least fairly recently. So that might be why a few didn't.
Yeah. We got Female Trouble is a wacky film. Yeah, it's a very wacky John Waters film. Sausage Rolls is very British. I totally get Eric's reaction. Dimitri, you have freaking like borscht and goulash. Okay? We have meat in pastry. What is wrong with that?
Dimitri, what do you prefer, German food or Russian food?
He's an American. He's a secret American. He does burgers and fries. What else we got? John Waters film, Pekka. Never seen Serpico. Pekka's great. My favorite Waters film is Serial Man. Oh yeah, Serial Man's a good John Waters film as well. I've never seen that. Okay, Pekka's going on my freaking list now. This list is just growing and growing. Is there anything? Is there anything that surprised either of you that either of you didn't actually put on your lists?
I really want to see Under the Blossoming Cherry Trees. That's like gone straight to the top of my list.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Same with yours. Like I found that sounds really interesting.
Yeah,
but yeah, I'm still Lady Snowblood still surprised me. I don't know why. I was just when I was going through the list, I was just like, oh, surely Lady Snowblood's going to turn up.
Well, for me, it was either Lady Snowblood or Prisoner Scorpion, like one of those.
Yeah.
Saying that, I did put two Fukasaku movies on there. I mean, it was his decade. Yeah.
It's a shame. Oh, Dimitri said Italian food in general, but I gotta say Russian over those fine Slavic dishes. It's all about that herring, my friend. Cold herring and pickles.
Not
very nice. I will say it like that. But yeah, what else you got? Would you recommend the Street Fighter movies?
The Sonny Chiba ones?
Chris Marks, could you elaborate which Street Fighter?
It is, definitely.
Yeah, they're good.
Did you get that box set from the US, Eric?
Which one, Street Fighter or Sister Street Fighter?
Street Fighter box set. I think there was a US set released by. Oh, I can't remember who released it.
Should have picked it up. I didn't pick it up.
Let me see who released it. Street Fighter Collection released by Shout Factory. Because I was gonna pick it up, but I've got this feeling Arrow's gonna release it because they released the Sister Street Fighter set.
Okay.
And then they were going through a phase of releasing Sonny Chiba titles as well. Yeah, Sonny Chiba.
I was looking at 1994 Street Fighter with Jean-Claude Van Damme. 11% on Rotten Tomatoes.
I can sit through that movie fine. It's not good, but I could sit through it.
I've kind of lost a lot of love for Van Damme, you know, because I used to quite like him when I was younger, but the more stuff he made, the worse he got. And I just kind of I lost a lot of respect for him.
Do you have a favorite? Do you have a favorite Van Damme film?
Mine's probably Bloodsport, maybe.
The Frank Dukes story. You know that the whole story of Frank Dukes is apparently a massive sham.
I read that, yeah.
Yeah. There was no such thing as a kumite. I like Kickboxer.
Yeah, I was going to
Can you move like me? Can you move like me?
I think Kickboxer was my first one. I think I ever watched the Van Damme.
Well, that dance when he's dancing with the ladies is just one of the best scenes ever.
He's just crazy.
He is. There was a video where he went onto this chat show and there was a woman dancing with him and he sort of got aroused during it and he was wearing like really tight trousers and it was so obvious.
Oh, don't.
Yeah.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Nah, Van Damme, I don't know. Yeah, I've kind of, yeah. But like I said with Jackie Chan, because obviously I've started watching a bit more Jackie Chan films now, like I kind of really appreciated him. Because when I thought of Jackie Chan maybe a couple of years ago, I thought of like Shanghai Nights and what else? Wild, but no, not Wild.
Rush Hour.
Rush. Oh yeah.
The
Rush
Tuxedo.
Who's the female actress?
Oh shit, the Tuxedo. Yeah. What was that American spy movie he made? Or was it Tuxedo?
It might have been Tuxedo.
Yeah, I think it was, wasn't it? Oh
Even now, he's gone back to Hong Kong and he's making terrible movies.
Yeah.
Like Kung Fu Yoga or something like that.
It was like Blades of Steel or something that was terrible.
Yeah.
But when you go back in time and watch the earlier films of these guys, you definitely appreciate. Like I rewatched a bunch of Jet Li movies because I did that Jet Li video recently, and I really appreciate him more now. Rewatching, and watching his older stuff.
Absolutely weird, isn't it? But I guess I think it's what happens to actors, isn't it? It's like Salma Hayek. She's like I watched her in a new movie the other day, and then like I watched an interview with her after, and she said she never gets cast in Spanish films anymore, or like gets to speak Spanish in films, purely just because she's made so much crap. Like they kind of forget that she's actually quite a decent actress. Well, but yeah, it does happen to a lot of, I think, international actors when they go and when they break it in America. It kind of happens, doesn't it? So
yeah.
But I think Jackie Chan and Van Damme are like two prime examples of that. Though. They got milked for what they were worth, and then they just made absolute garbage, like direct DVD crap. That happens to most people, but yeah. What else have we got? Yeah, Jackie Chan made that awful Spy. Oh, Spy Next Door.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God.
I never even saw that.
Never saw it, no.
I have seen that. It's pretty freaking bad. Around the World in 80 Days. That's another bad Jackie Chan movie. Oh, I finished the Gareth Edwards Gangs of London.
Did you like it?
I like it, but the only thing I'll say is that there's too many subplots and there's too many characters. But there are 4 episodes in particular, 4, 5, 8, and 9. They're freaking amazing. Like, as in, really good, like Gareth Edwards, like action, blood, everything, fast-paced camera, raid style. It's really good, but all in all, it's a good show, and it builds up to like a second season, which the second season seems quite intriguing. Once you get to watch it, obviously, it's Cinemax in America have it apparently.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have them, but maybe I know you can get some Cinemax stuff on Amazon, but I'd have to get another subscription, so I'll have to see.
Yeah, I think it's not out in the States, but Cinemax have it.
I'm sure it's available on the sly online or somewhere.
The sly.
Yeah. I want to support Evans, so I'll pay for it. I'll wait.
Yeah.
Like I said,
it should be available.
He's got two new films coming. He's got 2 new, like, Gareth Edwards movies coming out. Not Apostle, so that's good.
Are they going to be Indonesian?
I think one is Indonesian, from what I've been told. So, yeah, interesting. It'll be good to see. But yeah, you should definitely check out Gangs of London when you get the time. It's actually pretty decent, I think. But yeah, I did like it quite a bit.
It's just that the trailer for it has that guy speaking so well. He's so well spoken.
That's the thing. Like, if you ignore him, it's good, because I dislike the casting of that guy. I heard he was. I've never seen Peaky Blinders, but he's in Peaky Blinders, I've been told, and Is
he well spoken in that?
No, he's just. I don't know. I just don't get it, really. But speaking of Peaky Blinders and shit, Capone.
Oh, I've heard that was.
I saw your
What a
review
heap
for it.
crap. Absolute garbage. I feel bad for like Tom Hardy because I'm sure he could have done a lot better.
So he's in prison because I only
This is-
I didn't know anything about it to your review.
Yeah.
And he's suffering from
So it's after he comes out of prison and he's suffering from dementia and he's had a stroke and it's just about the last year in his life. But yeah, literally, there's a lot of pooping, there's a lot of grunting. Yeah,
Tom Hardy for you does grunt a lot, doesn't he?
He does grunt, but he's grunting more than he's ever grunted before. But yeah, man, it's
What's
God.
your opinion on Tom Hardy?
I'm a bit hit and miss with him because I don't always think he's a good actor. He has specific roles where I think he's really good in. But
I liked Locke, where he was in the car.
yeah, exactly. Locke, he's really good in Locke. I like his character in Inception as well. I think obviously Bane.
Yeah, I thought he was really good. What about Bronson?
Oh, Bronson, yeah. I think like
Put that
really
all
hard.
over it. Go and rub it all over my ass.
Butter me up.
With a Vaseline. Right in there. Quickly, stop.
But not enough people talk about that, man. He's played two iconic like freaking like brutes now, Capone and Bronson. But yeah, man, I just don't get it. Like he's had a really weird career.
Yeah.
But I think they typecast him a bit too much. Like you see him in Peaky Blinders, he's a bit of a tough guy in that. Then you've got Taboo, he's in another show. Like then Venom is just an utterly like random choice for him. But I think if it wasn't for Tom Hardy and Venom, you could not watch that film. It just wouldn't be bearable. So yeah, no, don't do it. Don't do it to yourself unless you actually fancy a bit of a laugh. You shouldn't be laughing at dementia, but like the director just makes really awkward scenarios in the film.
Well, everyone says how great Chronicle is. I didn't like it at all.
Yeah,
so
same.
I don't like anything from the guy.
Yeah, and then obviously Fantastic. That wasn't
good.
Was it that director?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah, exactly.
God.
But everyone thinks he's great. He just had because he made Chronicle.
Yeah. But based after Chronicle, like every studio just wanted him to make movies, and then like Fantastic Four came out, and then he just went down the shitter. Well, we got Kukovic. I enjoyed Capone. Please, Kukovic, please tell me why you like Capone. It was like car crash viewing, but I was entertained. I get what you mean.
All right.
I get what you mean. Rico is asking what is everybody's favorite David Lynch film. My favorite David Lynch film is right behind you. That's Blue Velvet. Original print poster from the Netherlands, 1986. My prized possession.
That's probably mine too.
I like Mulholland Drive.
Yeah, that's cool.
But Lost Highway is the second Lost Highway and Wild at Heart are my other two favorites. Like
Dion, there was something you put up on Twitter the other day.
When?
4 scary scenes,
Yeah.
And there was like just this brick wall. Is that from Mulholland Drive?
Mulholland Drive, yeah.
Yeah.
That scene fucking gets me every time. I've seen Mulholland Drive. I've seen it twice in the cinema, and you know it's coming, but you jump every time.
Yeah.
Mulholland Drive, fucking man, what a movie! What a director! I could talk about David Lynch all day, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna close myself in. Hardy's pretty overrated, in my opinion. Bronson was a good role for him. Oh, definitely, I think it was. I don't know. Like I said, I think it's just the system. The system got him, and then they just typecasted him. And I think he's struggled to shake out of it. That's my stance on Tom Hardy, but yeah. But I heard he's actually a really nice guy. In real life,
I've seen him walking around in Soho. He's a lot shorter than me.
Really short, yeah. Do you know he actually turned up? He had a bit role in Sofia Coppola's Marie Antoinette when he was like thick then,
Yeah.
Because he was never a big guy when he was younger. It's just because of his roles he got. That's why he bulked up. Kuckerberg, glad I'm not the only one who thinks that Bronson is good. Good choices, everyone. Thank you very much. Kuckerberg, I got a bit of Twin Peaks from Capone. Is it coincidence that and it was Kyle in there? Do you see Twin Peaks in Capone? Kyle MacLachlan.
I haven't seen Twin Peaks yet, so.
Oh, dude, please watch it.
But another Kyle MacLachlan movie that's money, The Hidden from I think it was 87 or something. It was an action flick, good flick.
Yeah, is it? Ooh,
yeah.
Okay, I love Kyle MacLachlan. Even in Flintstones, the movie. Like Halle Berry's his assistant in it, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely hilarious. But yeah. But Kyle MacLachlan, like you have so many good actors in Capone. You got Kyle MacLachlan, you got Linda Cardellini, you got what's the name of Saoirse Ronan's boyfriend? Jack. I forgot his name. Really good actors. Matt Dillon's in it. So really good actors, but they just don't use them. They're just like pawns for the story to carry on. They just say like one line, a couple of lines, and then it just yeah. Once you see it, you know what I mean. But yeah, okay. The Twin Peaks vibe I don't get. Renee says favorite David Lynch film is Elephant Man. Interesting choice. Don't hear many people say Elephant Man, but I can see what you mean. Like biggest, it's his biggest like award film. I think I asked earlier. I went for a bit. What's everyone's thoughts on Peckinpah's Bring Me the Head of Alfred Garcia? I've still not seen it. I think nobody else has seen it from our collective group. I'm still shocked that Daisuke has not turned up yet. I'm very disappointed. But I thought he'd be here by now.
I think.
Yeah, we still need to sort Daisuke out actually. But,
if someone ever goes onto his stream and is like in the comment section, see if you can get him to swear, or at least do an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression.
Yeah.
Oh god. No, that'd be hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
One shout out to a 70s TV show that I like. Three's Company.
Damn, do you know what? I've only ever seen it referenced in like Simpsons, but I've heard
I like John Ritter a lot.
Nice. I'm just trying to think like what 70s shows I've seen.
I haven't seen that many because I'm a kid from the 80s, you know?
Yeah. Obviously MASH. I've seen MASH, Brady Bunch, Happy Days.
Like,
The Jeffersons. I've watched The Jeffersons. Love Boat, I've seen a couple of episodes. What else is there? Good Time. Mork and Mindy. Robin Williams is like big. Columbo 70. Columbo went from 1968 to 2003. That's freaking crazy.
Whoa.
Dukes of Hazzard. You had Taxi. Wow. A lot of. Saturday Night Live started in the 70s. Different Strokes.
A lot of those I didn't watch a lot of though. Yeah. For some reason they'd be on, but I wouldn't. I'd watch Knight Rider and Magnum PI instead. You know.
Muppet Show started in the 1970s. Fantasy Island, Beverly Hillbillies, $6 Million Man.
Do you know who's the new Magnum PI? It's the guy from Hostel.
Oh no, the Hernandez guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just watching I'm going through the original now anyway, so that'll keep me busy.
Nice choice. I haven't seen Magnum PI in a while. It always makes. I've always find it interesting to think that he was like first in line to play Indiana Jones.
At first, I thought that not having seen Magnum in a long time, I was like, I don't know about that. But after watching like season 1 of Magnum, I'm like, it might have worked. He was good. I think he's a little underrated or under.
Tom Selleck. Yeah. Every time I think of Tom Selleck, I just think of Friends now, but because he was early years in Friends, wasn't he? Because he was going out with Monica.
Oh, I think of Three Men and a Baby.
Oh man, what a movie!
I also for For some reason, I watch Runaway a lot. The one with Gene Simmons is the bad guy and the little robots.
Yeah.
I like that one too. That movie.
That's the thing, man. Even when you think about 80s movies, there are some like bad studio movies in the 1980s that got made. Like you could easily like make a list of bad 1980s like studio movies.
Masters of the Universe, baby.
Masters of the. You know, I used to love that as a kid, but I rewatched it last year and I was like, wow, this is actually really bad.
I still
But
kind
Do you
of
know,
like
like-
it.
Do you know
Who
the
played
end scene?
Skeletor?
Who played what? Sorry.
Who played Skeletor in that? It was
Frank
Frank
Langella.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
But do you know the end scene? Frank Langella, so Skeletor and He-Man fight, but it's all in black with just strobe lighting.
They ran out of money.
Yeah, they ran out of money, so the director actually had to just use a sound stage, put a platform there, just stick some strobe lights, and then just make two stunt people fight because they couldn't get Dolph Lundgren or Frank Langella back. And it wasn't even the ending that they were planning on. It's that bad.
Technically,
Yeah.
that was a canon film, right? Or a Golden Globus. I could watch all kinds of those crap movies from the
Yeah.
80s, man.
Oh yeah, like I was born and bred on that shit as well. But because I used to love Masters, like the animated show. I used to collect the toys, everything. But that movie, wow,
Could
is-
that make
and then when
Meg
when
Foster?
you-
She looks terrifying.
Yeah.
when you even think of like but when you hear about the production story behind that movie, it's crazy. Like
Yeah.
absolutely wow. Alex Trinder is actually here now. Hello. I assume you'll be ending soon, but I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're also doing well. So yeah. Renee saying, I want to say that you guys are awesome. Well, you are also
thank
awesome. And thank you very much for participating so much in the comment section today. And you've also added a lot more stuff to my list than I was planning on this evening. Best way I can describe it. But yeah, no, Masters of the Universe. I'm trying to think of like any other really bad 80s movies that I really like. as well.
Superman. When did Superman 4 come out?
That's 1980s, isn't it? Surely.
And 3. Superman 3 was awful too.
If Roman was here, he would defend Superman 3 till the end of the day. 1987, 1987 Quest of Peace.
Yeah.
Damn, that's hilarious. Number 3 is, I'm sure that's early 80s, isn't it? 1983.
Yeah.
Richard Lester directed that one. I did not know that. Oh, okay. I've never watched 4 ever.
Oh, it's tough to get through, dude.
Which one?
Yeah.
Superman 4.
Is that the one with Richard Pryor?
No, that's the one with Solar Man or the guy
Yeah,
from
that
the
one's
Sun.
awful. Yeah.
Yeah. We've got Alex Trinder asking, been discussed, what do you think of the Snowpiercer show?
I've not seen it yet.
I'm sitting on fence at the moment on that one. I don't really know. I quite like Jennifer Connelly though.
Oh, I got another
Requiem
one.
for it. Oh, go on.
I got another one for you. Leonard Part 6, starring Bill Cosby, 1987.
What the hell is that?
Oh, you've never seen Leonard Part 6? That's the
No,
one where
what the hell is
it was like an action comedy where he uses animals as weapons. It's so bad.
Oh my god, that the poster itself. Like shit, son. This is now
That Bill Cosby.
so are you ready for the synopsis? Leonard formerly lived in a life of danger as a CIA agent. After retiring, he opened a successful restaurant in San Francisco and is now a millionaire. As he revels in the pleasures of luxury and decadence, Leonard entertains little nostalgias from his perilous adventures of his past. But when a nefarious vegetarian, Gloria Foster, appears poised to take over the world, Leonard resigns himself to saving humanity and takes up battle against the villainess and an army of killer animals.
Yeah. But it's not even
Holy-
entertaining, though. It's just bad.
Budget of $24 million.
Oh.
And it made $4.6 million gross.
It had
You can
James
also
Bond.
rent £2.49 on Amazon Prime right now. There's a picture of him holding a hot dog weenie in his hand. Holy fucking Christ. This
Can you
movie,
imagine what he's thinking?
Put it on your list, Dion.
oh, dude, I don't know about that one. Oh, wow.
It had Jane Fonda in it.
I don't even remember.
That's mental. Have you seen Attack of the Killer Tomatoes from the 1980s?
George
That
Clooney.
one was bad. Yeah, that was a really bad one as well, I thought. Yeah, I was not keen on that one. I love the animated show of it. Did you ever see the animated?
I was about to say that. Yeah, it was brilliant.
The animated show was brilliant, but the actual movie was really freaking bad. But yeah, oh my god, I cannot believe like that Bill Cosby movie's kind of like freaked me out a bit now. Like, obviously, Short Circuit 2 is like high up there as well for me. Like, really bad movie. But damn, like literally seeing him with that hot dog now has just freaked me out.
Do you want to go for a drink?
Oh god.
Oh.
Fucking hell, man. Seriously, I'm so like, yeah, I'm pretty traumatized by that. It's a shame that we can't get another screen so you can see what I'm looking at.
Mm-hmm.
I think I know. I just saw the picture.
Yeah, you can see the glare from my glasses. Oh my days. Superman 4 was Canon Films though, so yeah, Canon Films. Didn't Canon Films like go bust after like a couple of titles as well? Like
I think Superman 4 was the one, or close to the one, that really made him go away.
Yeah. Dimitri says Canon Films is a rite of passage. So they had, oh my god, Canon grouping. They had quite a few. They actually made a lot more movies than I thought. Bloodsport is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
They made some good trash.
Yeah, Rockula Masters of the Universe is obviously like the pedigree of their collection of films. Yeah, you got Stallone as well. You've got Cobra.
Yeah.
Chuck Norris is the hitman, Stallone in Over the Top. Jesus Christ. So I'm assuming they just paid good bank for like big action stars, made a movie, and it just turned out freaking badly for them. This is the consensus I'm making by just looking at this right now. That's crazy. But yeah, Bill Cosby movie. I don't really know what to say after that. Yeah. I can't believe that even exists. I'm gonna have to look at more bad 80s films. Barfly was awesome with Mickey Rourke. The hell is Barfly? Or Barfly? Anybody seen Barfly?
I think I saw it way back in the day, but I remember nothing about it.
It's an American comedy drama. It's got Faith Dunaway.
Have you guys seen Exterminator?
No, but I've heard of it.
Yeah.
That's another one I've like come across my glares and shops a few times.
Mm-hmm.
I got a story about that. My dad, English is his second language, and Terminator 2 just came out.
Oh no!
And I said to him, "Oh, this is this new film. It looks really big. Have you seen the first one?" And he goes, "Yeah, I've got it on VHS. I'll put it out for you, so when you come back from school, you can watch it." I was like, "Okay." It gives me the Exterminator. I was only a kid at the time, and I'm just watching this, and I'm like thinking, this film is just mad. It's so violent. Like the first is this geezer gets his head cut off with a hot machete, like really slowly, and it's just, and the guy gets passed through a mincemeter. Oh, yeah,
Damn. That's really funny.
yeah. My dad's poor guy.
That is wow. What else we got? Cyborg also with JCVD.
I like that one. It's a little creepy.
Still can't believe that they made an animated show for Toxic Avenger for kids, and I was one of those kids who watched it. Yeah, same here. I used to have the action figures and everything for Toxic Avenger. I used to love it. Like, I think sometimes I used to prefer it over the actual trauma movies. But...
Didn't they do it like mixed with a Class of Nukem High or something?
Yeah, basically, yeah. They like kind of mashed it on. Yeah. TV shows that like animated shows like so good.
Yeah.
Back in day. Dimitri's asking how come nobody mentioned Shaft 1971. Not a big, I don't know. That new Samuel Jackson version of Shaft is absolutely terrible, though. Straight to Netflix, that was.
Oh, God.
Barfly is great, based on Bukowski. I've never seen Barfly, but I'll check it out. Erik has probably watched this, but Slashers, Maurice Devereaux, great trash film.
No. Slashers, Maurice Devereaux? Do I have to Google this? What's going to happen when I Google this?
Well, Kung Fu's gone quiet, so I'm assuming...
It's not Kung Fu.
So it's 6 random contestants are put into a game show where they all face evil clowns, evisceration, happy doctors, and wild maniacs.
Ooh, sounds up my alley.
20% approval rating on Rotten Tomatoes.
Doesn't mean anything.
No. But kind of, that looks pretty freaky, actually. I gotta say, it does look actually quite, Nice. Oh, Kung Fu is still here, but Kung Fu, why have you not complained about no Bruce Lee? Why are you being so resilient? Or are you saving this for another time? Alex Trinder, Poundland Gem. You got that movie in Poundland. Nice. Get over to the Dollar Tree. Maybe there might be one there for you, Erik. Oh my God.
Well, it says it's this movie has some type of a Japanese connection, even though it's directed. It looks like it's cast and crew are Canadian, maybe. So, but it's like it got a Japanese infused thing to it. So, I'll watch it.
Dimitri's asking if anybody's seen Vincent Cassel's Shaitan.
No.
No, but it has been on my radar a lot of days. But I'll read you the synopsis if you want. A group of young people leave a bad disco party and follow the advice of one of them to join her in her place in the countryside. But then they meet a strange man, Joseph, who has an evening of Satan worshipping planned. Starring Vincent Cassel from La Haine, 2006.
After I saw Irreversible, I basically avoided Cassel for a while.
Really?
Seeing that, yeah.
Oh, dude, I love Vincent Cassel. Like, he's such a good actor. Have you ever seen Trance from Danny Boyle?
No.
He's really good in Trance. It's very good. It's a very quiet Danny Boyle film. Not many people talk about it, but it's got James McAvoy, Rosario Dawson, and Vincent Cassel in it. It's really good.
He did a couple of films with Cronenberg, didn't he?
Cassel?
Yeah. Me?
I think Pattinson was in a Cronenberg film, wasn't he?
Yeah, Pattinson's done Maps to the Stars and Cosmopolis. I don't think he has.
Are Cronenberg's recent films as good as his stuff from the 80s? And
oh, he was in. He says, "Oh no, Eastern Provinces." That Cassel was in. So yeah, one. The new Cronenbergs. I think the weird thing about Cronenberg is like he's kind of evolved like what he's making now. That's the only way I can describe it. And I wouldn't really want to say anything that may like make you think that he's kind of got. I'm not saying that Cosmopolis and Maps to the Stars are highbrow, but there's a bit more thinking to be done with them.
Okay.
but it makes it more fascinating.
See, I was
You know what I
worried that
mean?
they would just be like dry dramas or something.
No, I don't find
Okay.
them dry. I do like both quite a bit.
Okay.
Not because I'm a massive Robert Pattinson fan either, but they are good movies. Like Maps to the Stars is better than Cosmopolis, I think, but some of the people go the other way around. But they are good Cronenberg films.
What about A Dangerous Method?
I would say it's kind of like aesthetics of like old Cronenberg.
Okay.
Not say the masterpiece, obviously, but I'm not so hot on it. I obviously like Most Violent Year. Eastern Promises, really good.
That's got really
movies.
good cast. Viggo Mortensen, Fassbender, Keira Knightley.
Yeah.
Okay,
He does like his new stuff. I like it, but it's definitely That's the thing about Cronenberg. He's really good at. He's evolved his style. You know, he's gone from your very obscure like horror then to this like thriller horror that he made, and he's kind of just evolved into this more just thriller. So that's the thing about Cronenberg. Like he's evolved with time, and that's why I think he's still making good quality stuff.
Yeah.
Like there's some stuff like Spider. I'm not so keen on Spider. Not very good. Cronenberg, in my opinion. What else we got? Shaitan Made Me Sick. The dog scene. Yuck. Oh god. He also directed End of the Line. Shame could not be funding for the projects. Calvary and Shaitan are probably the sickest French films in the extremity area. Have you ever seen Frontiers, Dimitri? It's another French horror during that period.
Trouble Every Day is a nasty one too.
Oh, dude.
And it's a good.
Amazing.
I like
it's one of my favorite Claire Denis movies. More people need to. It's one of the best vampire films. Like, yeah, not enough people talk about that movie. Oh,
and it's
so
got
good.
the same lead actress from Inside is in it. Patrice Daly, I think her name is, or
yeah,
so
good. Love that film. Caligula Tinto Brass was notorious back in the day. Helen Mirren was hot back then. Little Boots. The Tinto Brass that I always find pretty dark is that Salon Kitty. Have you ever seen Salon Kitty? It's a good one. It's Nazis occupy a brothel. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
Yeah. But Caligula obviously is like highly sexed up. Kuckerberg said I really enjoy Maps of the Club. Dimitri, I give a slight edge on Cosmopolis, but they're both great. I liked Anatomy of Evil with Rocco. Dimitri Frontier's Parisian Riots, Nazi Village movie. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah. When they do the tendon thing. Eric, have you seen Seed? Mentioned it before, Vile film.
I don't think so, no.
No. Kuckerberg, yeah, Salon Kitty was great too. I love Nightport. Nightport is very, very good. I actually have the criterion of it. I do. Is a Charlotte Rampling. And it's how she has this very violent relationship with a Nazi officer. And it's about their relationship after the war. It's really, it's deeply troubling, but it's really good. Have you seen Raw? Yes, I've seen Raw. Really good cannibal movie, and also in French, so it makes it even better. Have you seen Raw?
Yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of it for some reason.
Oh, dude, I fucking love that film. Okay, fair enough. We have to disagree sometimes, I guess. That's the thing, isn't it? I think we're gonna have to have a horror. Because you mentioned it before that we should have Erik and Dimitri to do a horror one, didn't you?
Yeah.
I think that one needs to happen at some point.
Definitely.
Seed is a Uwe Bill movie, awful. Raw and Revenge are so good.
I like Revenge. Revenge I like.
Yeah, Revenge is good, isn't it? There's another one that's kind of similar to Revenge called Holiday. That's another good one that came out recently.
Okay.
Alex, I'm looking forward to the new Crash transfer, bought the Oz release, and it's lacking for such a great film. Well, in Germany they've got media books for Crash that I pre-ordered. Crash is again one of my favorite. I don't know. I can't remember currently.
Who released it?
In Germany,
Did that Midori?
no. This I've seen because I did. I mentioned this to people that I deal with on that cult cinema collectors, and then they were like, "Oh, apparently Arrow have the rights to it as well, but they don't have it yet." It's called Studio. It's called Turbine Medien that are releasing it.
I really like these German digibooks.
Yeah, it's like the new restoration is really good, but it's like the world exclusive, I think, of Crash going to 4K because it's never been on 4K Blu-ray. You only have DVD and Laserdisc for it. But yeah, Alex, there is a media book that you get from Germany, it's £30. That's the one I've ordered. But Arrow have got the rights to some of Cronenberg's films. But from what I've gathered from the press releases, that Naked Lunch is going to be the first one that they're going to release here from the new titles because they've had Videodrome. I think Naked Lunch is next. So yeah. So
didn't they release Existence? I think they did. Existence.
No, Existence is 101, and obviously they've had Rabid and Shivers as well.
Yeah.
But 101 released Rabid also. Yeah,
What's
so
your
they've had a
thoughts on
few.
Existence?
I like it quite a bit. I actually have the box set one. It's good. I like Jude Law as an actor. So, yeah, but it's a good Cronenberg, I think, also. Yeah. Oh, Turbine. Turbine. They're called. Yeah. It's they did the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 4K in Germany also. Kuckerberg says I got a nice German media book of Tetsuo Bullet Man. Shame the film wasn't as good as the first two, but it's still entertaining. But yeah, the Germans are really good for making there's one company I've heard that don't do good transfers of older films, but this isn't the company that's dealing with it. So yeah. Yeah. Do you know? Do any of you know where it's possible to watch Michael Reeves' documentary? I know that the German release of Sorcerer, but I don't fancy paying £40 to watch it. Such a shame he died young. Not that I'm not aware, I'm afraid, of that. Sorry. If anybody in the chat can help Alex out, feel free. But yeah. We got any more questions? Germany has its fair share of meh 4K transfers like the Neon Demon. Oh yeah, I heard that transfer wasn't very good, but 1080p on Blu-ray for Neon Demon. What's your thoughts on Neon Demon, Eric?
I thought it was okay. That's basically what I thought of.
I really like Neon Demon, but yeah. Alex Trinder, the only downsound to you convinced that Arrow will release Crash. I'm not saying that they're not going to release it, but I don't think they're going to release it within the next 12 months. That's my stance on it because they've bought a lot of films from Jeremy Thomas's production house, like they have the rights to them, but Crash wasn't on the list for the press release for it yet. But I imagine it will happen. But I'm happy with my 4K media book from Germany because I'll have it then. And then I can buy the Crash box set when I release it eventually because I'm sure there will be a lovely box set for Crash. Because Crash is a really great.
There's a lot of movies Arrow have got, there's rumours that they've got the rights to, but they've not released it yet. I mean, Itchy the Killer.
Well, yeah. Still waiting on that. That's the thing, isn't it? It's like you can talk about rumors as much as you want, but until until you see a press release of like what they've obtained or whatever, because they generally do share it with outlets, but most press outlets just don't really care what a boutique company buys in.
Yeah.
So it's just then down to them pushing it. Like obviously today they put out there's 2 different editions of Creepshow 2 coming out. You just like, yeah. You know, I don't understand why you need 2 different versions. This is like a red case and a green case, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the joys of consumerism, I guess. What else we got? Dimitri, Dion thoughts on Only God Forgives. I still think it's the most ambitious, ambient, flawed reference. Yeah, I'm a bit 50-50 on Only God Forgives. Like, I see what he was going for, but it just doesn't get it.
Yeah, I know.
It was kind of disappointing because I was really excited because obviously I heard it was like pretty ultra violent, but his show, Too Old to Die Young, was better, in my opinion. Have you seen his show? It's on Prime. It's really freaking good.
Yeah. With Miles Teller.
Yeah, Miles Teller. Yeah, it's yeah, I really like that show. I heard Arrow had the rights to Cool Dude Out and About the series.
No.
Oh god. Do you know we've gone
the bear.
4 hours and 9 minutes before we discuss the out and abouts of Corona World.
Erik, you've heard of him, obviously, or have you ever watched his videos?
Yeah, a handful. I don't know. I don't know. I think occasionally I watched one video, like he had a horror thing, and he had a few obscure items on there that I wanted to check out, but I don't know. Just I'm not sure how big of a fan he is of the films he gets. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the thing, isn't it? But I guess that's the problem once you're in the system like that, and they just send you everything. The
problem, the one thing that I get frustrated with is Japanese film distribution's terrible in the United States in general. And I know there was some. I'll look on a website for somebody that does like Japanese, like one of those more popular Japanese review sites, and they'll have their best of the year, and they'll have like 30 Japanese movies, and I've seen like one of them. You know what I mean? I'm like, man, I wish I could get these screeners, but then once you start getting them, then you start the conflict of interest starts hitting you, I think.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I've only been sent one screener, and it was for Seafold. Luckily, I like the movie, but you're stuck. Like, I'd like to get more screeners to review, but I still want to be honest.
Yeah,
and you want to be, there's a way of doing it. So I'd rather not get the screeners and be like completely honest when I get something.
Yeah, like if I really hate a movie, I'm just gonna tee off on it, and it feels good. Whereas if I get it from the director or something, I'm gonna feel kind of bad.
Yeah. But I have been sent screeners, and I tend not to review it.
Yeah.
I just to keep that decent relationship where I can get good movies to watch and review. Like Violence Voyager, the studio that sent me that screener, they sent me something else, and it just it looked awful. That I just like, no, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what's quite handy with the stuff that I review is that most of the time you just get an email. It's like a general email that gets sent out to all their like mailing lists, and then they'll email you. They'll ask you, are you interested? Please email back. So if you get offered something and you don't want it, you just don't respond, or you just send a nice email saying, no, but keep me posted. But once you're stuck in the system, you're just stuck in the system. Because I'm on one mailing list for one company. I won't mention it, but fucking hell, man! Like the films that they try to pitch are just not my cup of tea. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I've had a few good ones since last week. So we've got a few reviews coming up, which I'm quite excited about. But yeah, it's kind of. Yeah, it's always the same. You never know what you're going to get. Sometimes you get some good shit. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you even have to email them and ask them, like, by the way, any chance I can get.
But there's that Blu-ray Dan. I mean, he was getting the complete box set, like the Sage and Suzuki box sets from Arrow, and they'll just
Mm.
and he wouldn't be watching these. He'd just read off the back and just put it up onto his shelf, which is a shame because a lot of people don't know these titles, and it'd be nice for them to get a review, and he'll get them before us in the UK get them. Which crazy.
And that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Another thing I noticed when I did my big J horror video that was like 80 minutes long, one of the things I did was I looked at like the trailer reactions for Sadako versus Kayako, and I saw like 52, and then I checked the channels to see which ones actually reviewed it when they said it was going to be a good movie, and only 2 of them actually reviewed it. Which is, it's kind of weird. You almost have to like play things up for clicks compared to are you really interested in watching it or not, right?
Yeah. It is crazy. Absolutely. The thing is, I think the problem is like they go for the stats more than they go for the people that actually have the drive and like the passion to share about these films. You know what I mean? Like that's the problem. Like obviously both of you have enough of a reach really that broadens out to the people that like Asian cinema, but the fact that they just don't really approach you is also very fascinating, in my opinion. But I don't necessarily understand why would you not, considering that you're pointing towards the demographics that they should be pointing at. Just a thought.
I did send an email to Arrow once saying, "Listen, I don't want anything for free. But it'd be nice if I could, if you could send it to me for like as soon as it's available for you to send out." And I can review it. I mean, I'll pay for it. I don't really, but they didn't reply.
They send check discs most of the time.
Yeah.
That they never. I don't know if they give out full sets or anything like that, but I know they send check discs for free.
Yeah. Oh, they sent a full set Blu-ray down, which is just mad. Of the Sage and Suzuki early years.
That's like £100 on Amazon at the moment. Crazy. What else have we got? Kuckerberg, as if New York Ripper is getting a full 4K UHD release in the States. Crazy. Would never happen over here. The UK though, it's still cut over, so it would be pointless to release. I'll definitely import. I'm sure most people are going to just import New York Ripper from the States because it seems to be the best way forward with it. What else we get? Huss, have you seen the trailer for the Jew on Netflix series?
No, not yet. Not yet.
I've seen it's in the box, like on the play, but it's not here yet. Have you seen it, Eric?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll watch it.
I'll give it a go.
Do you guys like the movies at all?
Yeah, I mean, I've only seen the first one. Yeah.
Should be. I think it'll be interesting to see what kind of audience it builds.
Yeah. I've never seen the remakes.
Oh, dude, Sarah Michelle Gellar though.
Yeah.
I think the Ju-on franchise has been more reliable over time than the Ring, because the last few Sadako films were horrible. So I'm more of a Ju-on guy if I have to choose between the two.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna give it a go, but but I've actually had a weird hankering to rewatch the Sarah Michelle Gellar versions for some reason.
The first one's not bad. I kind of like the first remake with her. It's not bad.
I remember when I was in school, like when we were in high school, we went to watch it one night, and then we came back in the next day, and then I went to the toilet, and then one of my friends like hid in the other cubicle, and they just went, "You motherfucker! Like, why would you do that to me? So fucking bad." What else we got? Kuckerberg. Oh God, here we go again. Wet Movie claimed it's no big deal that he's out buying movies because if you're ordering movies online, you're still exposed to potential dangers, etc. because you don't know who's touched the item. Huss, thoughts?
Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started. I I saw some information about how long this virus, I don't know what strain of it, stays on the surface. Apparently, on cardboard, on paper, it only stays for like 2 hours. And metals, it stays for like a day or so, a few days. And so it's different reactions to different surfaces. But listen, man, I mean, he can think whatever he likes. I had an Amazon delivery, and the guy was wearing gloves and a face mask. And I mean, you've got to rely on other people. That's the fear of it. But you know, if he wants to tell himself that, let him tell himself that. If it, you know, allows him to sleep at night, it's fine. But you know, they know. That's why he's blocked me on Facebook.
Have you ever spoken to him though?
No.
Then why the hell were you friends on Facebook?
I think he added me, and just there, a few of these guys added me and just pushing their channel on me, and so they kept sending me messages. Check out my you're into movies. Come and check out my YouTube channel, and it's like, you know, I just ignore it. Yeah,
I've never had that in my life. Like, never been pushed into liking anything. That's crazy. Yeah, I would be intrigued to see what they actually thought. You know, what you've been saying about them on here.
Well, the Wet Movies blocked me. Cool Dude, he just doesn't respond to me anymore. He did respond to me at one point. At one point, he responded to me.
About what?
So I said, "Do you think it's really wise to be promoting going to a store?"
Like, oh, this is recent.
Yeah, and
oh shit, son.
And I said, I don't think it's really wise. You've got so many subscribers. Why do this? I think he's got like 80 odd thousand subscribers. I said, it's not wise. You shouldn't be, you know, encouraging people, because some people don't know to go to a store to buy Blu-rays. I mean, you're calling it Tuesday Blu-ray shopping video, so you can't say, well, I'm going to go get, you know, I was on my way to get like milk and cereal. You're not. You're writing. You're going to go get Blu-rays. I mean, it's a pandemic. You don't know who's got it. You can not have symptoms and still spread it.
What was his response to you then?
So he responded a couple of times. He said, "No, I was getting essentials. That this was on the way." And I was like, then he stopped responding, and then his mob started sending me stuff. I was getting real like bad abuse.
He has a mob.
Yeah. One guy threatened to take down my YouTube channel. Says I'm going to ruin you. One kept on calling me a lame cunt. And I said, you've called me that like 5 times now. Can't we just have a discussion about it? I was trying to talk to him nicely, but he kept swearing at me, and I was like, listen, if you stop swearing, maybe we can just talk. He was still going, still repeating himself. I was like, oh, you know,
it's fucking crazy.
Doesn't matter. Listen, if you feel that and you're saying you're picking on this guy, I'm not picking on him. I'm just thinking what his decisions, you know, aren't, you know, they're not wise. Apparently, one of them's got a mother that's got an asthma problem. And it's like, well, never mind.
Wow, I can't believe he actually has an army.
Yeah.
Damn.
But now I keep sharing. Every time he puts a video up, I don't know if anyone's seen what I post. I created a meme. Let me see if I could show it. Do you know there was I think it was a movie producer, and his son was part of this whole incel community, and then so I created this meme. So every time he goes out to do one of these videos, I put this up. So it says, do you know this guy?
No.
I don't know. Maybe Americans might know who he is. He was one of these guys that was like an incel, and then he filmed this video from his car. saying, "Oh, why don't women like me or anything?" And then he went and killed loads of people, and then killed himself. Elliot Rogers, that's it. So I've put I just, I'm just sort of now come to the point I don't care enough, and I'm saying I'm going to tell my kids that this is cool, dude.
This is taking a most unexpected turn.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And sometimes I put, "Hi guys, Sean C. Phillips here with another Blu-ray," because he always starts the thing in his car.
Yeah.
But maybe one day he might end up cracking and just killing loads of people and himself.
Shit, yeah.
This has turned into like a David Lynch or John Waters film. Very good.
I know. I only said it as a joke, and loads of people started going, "Oh my god, that could actually happen with this guy." And then someone putting a laugh emoji on there, but I don't mean it as like a. He doesn't even see the comments. He doesn't. He doesn't interact with people. I don't know why. He just uses the Facebook platform to spread his YouTube channel, and it's just the Facebook is just like a medium just for sharing it. It's not really something he uses anyway. So I mean, if I knew he would use it, I wouldn't be joking like that with him. It's more to a joke at his mob, because they're the ones that see these things. But now it's just come to a point where everyone's just joking about the fact that his mouth is always open in all his thumbnails.
Yeah.
I
wonder how the Asian Movie Enthusiast mafia is. Like, I would like to mess with them.
I have the quietest fan base because I don't do a lot of live discussions. So the more live discussions you do, the more interactive your fan base becomes, I think. But I don't know. Yeah.
God. Anyway, should we go back to the comments?
Yeah. Apologies, guys. It's just me getting bored on Facebook and just getting agitated. Yeah.
Keyboard warrior.
Yeah.
Alex Trinder says, Dion, you want to buy both Creepshow 2 editions? No, I'm okay, thank you. The releases sell for like £100 on eBay. Oh my fucking god!
Oh my god!
Wow, it's like Creepshow 2 isn't that good.
I thought it was like watchable. I thought it was watchable. I think last time I saw it, but
is it the first one? Is the first one the one with Stephen King? Or was that the second one? In it.
Probably the first.
Yeah, I think so. Demetria says Jew on the Curse is still the scariest, to be honest. Agree?
I liked Jew on the Grudge 2 the most, but the Curse could be the scariest, yeah.
We got Kookaburger then says, but importing New York Ripper, Maniac, House by the Cemetery, Zombie, etc. will get your pants pulled down on the customs fees. Yeah, well, that's going to happen. Ju-on franchise is great. The repetitive, but I'm still a big fan. What did you think of the new Grudge? Have you seen it, Eric?
The new Grudge?
Yeah, there's a new Grudge that came out in January.
Oh, I have not. Actually, I have to watch all of them, so I gotta remember that and put it on my queue.
Pretty bad. I remember seeing Huss. He had a full-on meltdown. Oh god, Huss Kuluda. I had no idea who this dude is before I went on the stream. Well, Dimitri, my friend, like, subscribe, and share. What else have we got? Elliot. Why the hell talking Elliot Rogers?
That was the guy I shared the pictures of.
Oh, as if Cool Duda has fanboys. Alex
You'd be surprised.
Well, was he get 80k? Of course he's gonna.
Yeah.
Alex Trinder, that got dark quick. Yes, it did. Alex.
Apologies.
Cool Duda has never taken his hat off because he's bald. Well, he probably snap soon and shoot up Walmart. Oh my god. Why did I just say that? Anyway. part of the slip box. Haha. The post on Cult Corner about the slip covers was funny. Some of the people in the group can be weird, to be honest. Oh yeah, the slip box. Yeah, that group is crazy. Yeah, but also very nice people there, and people.
There are.
The best thing on that site is like you get good prices for your movies, and you can trust them to ship them. There's always good exchanges between people, but I like it. What are we on now? 4:28. Damn, it's been a good stream though, I must say. I think, are we done? Do we have more questions? Culture Trini says hello to all.
Hello, Culture Trini.
Do we know who Culture Trini is?
Yeah, he's a collector, massive collector. He's got a big collection of Asian titles as well.
Some folks are so obsessive about slipcases, though. Am I right? Yeah, I don't really get the whole slipcase fascination.
Yeah, who cares?
You just own the movie, so
if you're not going to watch the film,
exactly. That's the thing as well. I don't understand why people buy movies and then just leave them on the shelf and not watch them. I've never understood that. They're meant to be watched,
Yeah.
Rene, will you guys do a top 100 films of Takashi Miike? I don't think I've even seen half of Takashi Miike's
I don't think I've seen all 100.
How many Miike films have you got on that spreadsheet, Eric?
90. I don't think he's made 100 movies. I don't think he's made 100 movies.
You don't?
Everybody says that, but when I did I have a Takashi Miike playlist where I review all the movies I've seen, and I only came up with 90. I mean, I'm missing maybe 4 or 5, so maybe he's made 95. But I'm having trouble. I go through that in one of my videos. Like, I don't think he's made 100 films, and I go through it, but it's close. it's close.
Well, surely there's like shorts, and I'm assuming.
Yeah. Like a TV show, like one episode of a TV, or
because the credits are over 100 on IMDb, aren't they? But it's always, that's the problem. Like, there's always shorts and stuff like that. So Cookabug, but we have so many backlog movies to work our way through. That is your own problem, not my problem. I'm working off my backlog quite successfully, but unfortunately I've added 6 new films to my watch list this evening, so that hasn't helped. That's the thing, isn't it? I think when it comes to collection and cinema watching, there's always going to be a backlog. You were never going to be able to watch everything you've ever wanted unless you solely desire to watch it. That's the problem.
It's time, and
time.
You can't watch things if you don't have money. You have to work. It's hard to fit everything in.
Now is the best time. Like, this is the best time for you to ever watch the film that you've always wanted to watch, or like rewatch or whatever. Like, this is the, we've got potentially in Wales, we've got another 3-4 weeks of lockdown, maybe. I'm not going to be back in. I'm not going to be back in work for a while either. So.
Yeah, I probably got a longer time than that.
Yeah, probably you do, man.
I'm not. Apparently, I might not be going to work till October. So
is that what they said to you?
Yeah, because I'm based in like the heart of London, and to get public transport. I mean,
do you share an office?
Yeah, we've got about 200 people on our floor.
Oh, wow.
It's that bad that they had to bring my desktop computer home. And I had to cover the Apple sign because I live in Hackney, and I just am so terrified of what people could just nick that computer, and it's not even mine. Not like my boss, my company would really get, like, they'll just replace it, but it's the thing. I've got all that work on there.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, that's the only thing about here. It's very difficult for my stuff to get stolen because there's nobody around. What else we got? Cookabug. But we had that. You also have to be in the right mood or the movie story genre. That's true. Like, my week always starts. I have a list of stuff I want to watch for that week, but then sometimes I always get sidetracked going to see something else. Like, oh, I actually want to see this before.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a small game. Yeah, it's really bizarre. Like, because for me, like this lockdown, like I've had the main cravings of directors I've had. Like I've always wanted to watch Romer. Finnish Cronenberg is another one. Abel Ferrara is another one that I really wanted. Oshima is the other one. Suzuki, another one. Like I've just been trying to like focus on like some directors. But that's the thing, I'm really bad for directors. Like I never, once I like start watching a film and I really dig like a style of a director, I'm stuck on that director for a while.
Mm.
I never go around it. I don't know how you guys are. Do you just go for the movie specific, or like is directors more of an influence for you?
Director for me, definitely.
Yeah.
It's always the same. I've never not been like that. Like
I'm going through this Toshiaki Toyoda like phase at the moment. I'm just trying to watch as many of his films as possible, but they're hard to come by. Like that's the thing.
Yeah.
What do you think of him, Erik?
I really like him. Let me fire up his filmography here. Toshiaki Toyoda. He did. Yeah, there was the I call it Tokyo Rampage, but it's called Porno Star. That was good. Blue Spring was really good. Nine Souls was really good. Hanging Garden was really good. I liked. That one's tough to come by now. That one from 2005. Then he did Blood of Rebirth, which is really weird, but I liked it. Dion, that might be up Dion's alley if you could find it. And then Monsters Club was good. And then I think I'm Flash is the only one I didn't like. I just thought that movie was kind of stupid. I haven't really seen his recent stuff.
Yeah.
What we got? Third Window box set of Toyota early years is great.
It is.
What else we got? I have several hundred movies I have not watched yet. I almost end up streaming instead. Interesting. I think it depends. Like if I have the actual copy of it, I'll watch it. If it's on TV, I'll watch on TV though. But yeah, I never seek the movies I own on stream. What else we got? And any of you seen the Hawaii Monster Boy?
Yeah, it's actually surprisingly good. The name Monster Boy, you're thinking, and the way it's kind of marketed, like it's like teen romance, but it's not. It's a good thriller. I liked it.
Yeah, it's got one of the best Korean actors in there, Kim Yoon-suk.
Yeah.
Where's Tootsie or Animal House? Animal House for me personally.
Animal House.
Yeah, well, Cookbook, I probably own about 40 plus Miike titles in my collection. Want to own all of his work eventually, but some never had a release outside of Japan.
That's true.
When you went to Japan, actually, Erik, did you actually go and buy any like Japanese movies or anything? Or
I've been more misses than hits. I don't go to the department stores anymore. I just go to Book Off because I could get stuff like $5, 500 yen a movie, but your selection's going to be limited.
They have book offs in Japan?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's where I get my movies there now. But the selection is thin, and I've had a few good purchases, but a lot of them are blind buys. So
with subs as well?
No.
Do you download the subs and have it Blu-ray?
No. So I'll get like horror films, because I know I won't really need subtitles for them that much. And I've had a few gems from that. There was one box set. One of my best purchases was a box set. It is available on Yes Asia without subs, but it's the Yokai Monster like box set, and it's like, how many DVDs was it? I don't know, but it was like 1,000 yokai monsters. Whoa. And it had like a presentation with like a painting, and they talk over it in Japanese, but you get the idea with the painting, and then it goes in like every 30 seconds a new yokai monster painting shows up, and I really like that one, even though I don't know really what they're saying.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Nah, I'll have to remember that when I go over, whenever I get to go over now. Kuckerberg, I watched Blue Spring the other night. Incredible film. Blue
Yeah.
Spring, anybody?
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got the third window release of it. Tremendous.
What else we got? Marvel Fan 45. Can't make it for the stream, but I'll be here next one. Keep up the great work. Thanks, Marvel.
Nice.
Take it easy. Blue Spring, Nine Souls, Crows Explode. Top 3 favorites. I'm Flash is horrible.
Nice to see someone agrees with me on that one.
Erik, how much can you order and get shipped from abroad to US without having to pay VAT tax? Kung Fu is asking.
Well, that's a UK thing, right? VAT.
Yeah, VAT. You don't pay it in the US.
You don't
Yeah.
pay VAT.
So
Just taxes.
Yeah, just tax. I pay tax on everything I buy, so
It's always quite funny because when you go to a store in America, like it says $19.99, but then you always need to add the tax on it, don't you?
yeah.
Oh, what? So they don't put the tax?
No.
Nope.
No. So yeah.
Why is that? Why don't they just?
I don't know. I see it everywhere else. Even Japan, they have the taxes and everything. It's all inclusive into the total. I don't know why we do it differently in the U.S. Because we like to maybe rip people off. You go $19.99 plus tax. You know what I mean?
Mm.
It's always I always find that weird. It's like my girlfriend went to New York for a conference, and I told her to buy me Lost River, the Ryan Gosling movie.
Mm.
It was like $15, and then she was like, "It was $15, but I had to pay tax on top of it, so you owe me more money now." And I'm just like, "That's fine, totally worth it." But yeah, I actually made her go to a Best Buy in the middle of New York. She had no clue what she was looking for. I just showed her a picture, and then she just like literally went to the assistant and just said like, "I'm looking for this movie," because she was like, "I'm not walking around trying to find movies for
Yeah.
her." My sister did the same. Like she went to New York last year, and I was like, "Here's a list of movies. Go get these for me." And she just like, "Oh yeah, I just didn't do it because you're too annoying." It's okay. I have Amazon.com. It's fine. Which they actually have started posting in the UK again now, slowly,
Okay.
because they weren't posting for a while. Renee says, "I have a book off where I live." Where do you live? Curious to know now. Has anyone seen or like Heaven and Earth from 1990?
I don't think so. I don't think I've seen that. It sounds familiar, though.
Alex Chamber of Dion, what was that film you said similar to Revenge? It's called Holiday. It's from 2019. It's made by a director called Isabel Eckloff. It's not exactly like Revenge. It's worth a watch. Yeah, I have a review on it on my channel if you want to go over there and find it. Huss Bud Blue contacted me, by the way. Thought I'd let you know. Can't wait for it. I will probably do a video on it.
Yeah, he won the Blu-rays from that my Bud Blue competition.
Oh, did he? I stay away from your competitions because I want to be fair to the world.
That's the thing. I have to be so. I can't. I don't know how to do this. Like I tried to do it randomly, and it just kept on being all my YouTuber friends.
Yeah.
Picking it up, and I'm like, oh, it's just going to look so bad on me.
Yeah, I just stay.
It's going to be Erik, Dion, Graham. Yeah, I can't do it.
Yeah,
it's difficult. Like, yeah. Kuckerberg, that will be $19.99 before the theft, please, sir. Get on to Alex Trinder, Lost River is one of those films I don't feel sorry for pirating. Whoops. No. I quite like Lost River. I think it's actually quite a decent film, in my humble opinion. Ryan Gosling tried something. Well, tried. Yeah. Do you guys have a favorite release of 2020 thus far? Yes, I do.
Blu-ray or movie?
I think new movies 2020.
Time to Hunt is high on my list. I really like that one.
Yeah. I've got a few movies that have not come out yet on mine because I've reviewed them, but Saint Maud is the best film I've seen so far this year. It's like a horror film, religious horror movie. Yeah, there's a review on my channel if you want to check it out. It was due out in the States in May, but obviously because of Corona, it ain't happened yet. I'd recommend Swallow, also really good film.
Heard of that one, yeah.
Dogs Don't Wear Pants is a great Finnish film about a guy who gets into sadomasochism after his wife dies. That's all I'll say about the film. It's a really good film.
Yeah.
There's like, and obviously Simon Lang's Days is another one I enjoyed.
Yeah. Did you see that yet, Eric?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
That's kind of like my list. I keep like a checklist just in case of like new films I watch that I like, but currently my like list is Saint Maud, Paris Education, Dogs Don't Wear Pants, Never Rarely, Sometimes Always, Swallow, a film called Eternal Beauty, and then We Dance, Days, System Crasher, and then Invisible Man. So that's my like top 10 right now.
Yeah,
but Saint Maud is fucking good.
Yeah, I've got a Time to Hunt, this Man Standing Next, and Days. They're my 3 favorites at the moment. Yeah.
What else we got? Holiday was released by Powerhouse. Yeah, the label. Yeah, Powerhouse has released it. They also released that Dogs Don't Wear Pants that I just mentioned. It's really good. Renee lives in California, so we have a few more Americans than we usually have. Whereabouts in California do you live? I'm intrigued. I want to visit California, but I've not had the opportunity to yet. Dimitri, Saint Maud is amazing. Saint Maud is amazing. Honestly, it is a really, really good horror film. It's only 87 minutes long. And they speak Welsh in the back end of it. So it made me a very proud Welshman to hear my language in a horror film made for a mass public. So yeah. I watched Gretel and Hansel last night. Man, the cinematographer is brilliant. It is very good cinematography in Gretel and Hansel. If you want to speak to Dimitri about that, Alex Trinder, you may, because Dimitri loves Gretel and Hansel. He rated it a lot higher than me. It's like a retelling of Hansel and Gretel. But it's like, I don't know.
It's a horror movie, isn't it?
Yeah, it's basically horror, but not like generic horror. It's a lot more, I don't know. I really can't describe it. Dimitri says Gretel and Hansel is like a Jodorowsky fairy tale. Oz Perkins keeps putting out fantastic films. But it's available on VOD in America right now. Question for Erik: is The Discovery still the worst Asian film of all time?
It actually is the correct spelling of the film. Discovery. That's the actual film name. And it probably still is the worst Asian horror film, at least horror film I've ever seen.
Damn. What's it about?
Oh man. Well, it's like I think it's from Thailand, a really generic ghost film. The ghost girl pops out. Production values are atrocious. That's basically what I remember. Is just like a really cheaply made pile of crap.
That's absolutely amazing. I love it. That's what you need in life, though, isn't it? But this is the thing. It's like what baffles me more is that these films actually get made.
Yeah.
And people actually watch them. Holy shit! Okay. Even the makeup on the whatever, she's on the bathroom floor, white face with like cuts on. That is appalling. Holy crap.
Yeah.
The Golden Globe was great. German serial killer movie. I was surprised by how good it was. That was 2019, though, I believe. The Golden Globe is freaking disgusting. Never felt so ill. Like, have you heard about the Golden Globe?
Yeah. I think a YouTuber I follow talked about it last year.
It's so grotesque. Like, I've never felt so ill watching like a serial. I like serial killer films, but this is like really extreme.
It's a Turkish-German director, isn't it?
Yeah, it's what's his name?
Fatih Akin.
Yeah, him. Yeah, he made a really decent film with Diane Kruger recently as well.
Yeah, Into the Fade,
which is actually quite good. I like quite like that one. But fucking hell, man, Golden Glove is. Eric, you should check it out, man. Like if you want to watch something, watch Golden Glove.
All right,
do it. I actually watched it with my girlfriend. Obviously, she's like German Polish, and she was just like, "Okay, I'll watch this German movie with you," and she was just like, "What the hell? It's heavy going at times." But yeah, would not recommend. But yeah, sometimes you need to watch a piece of crap to appreciate the good stuff. That's a nice way to put it, Cinematheque. I agree. Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer is actually more extreme. That's true.
What? I'll be fine watching this then.
But I'm not saying it's the content of it. It's just like there's a really like I don't know. There's a nasty feel to the movie.
Okay, all right. I kind of like flicks. I could.
It's more of the ambience of it than anything else, and it's just the performance that is given in it. It's not the content of the film. So yeah, the shades of Fassbender are too strong in Golden Glove. Oh god. Color Out of Space, another great Cage flick. I thought Color Out of Space was decent. I wasn't overly sold on it. I think I gave it like a 3 out of 5. But it was nice to see Richard Stanley make a movie again. And I hope he makes more movies because Richard Stanley is amazing. Like he's one of the most bizarre directors ever. Hong Kong movie Untold Story with Anthony Wong is a great movie.
I like it.
Yeah.
That one gets dodgy too.
Dodgy, you say?
Yeah.
What kind of dodgy do you mean?
There's some violence to make you wince a little bit. Some stuff you usually don't see in movies.
Yeah.
I have heard that it's getting a UK release from 88 Films on Blu-ray, but I don't know how it's going to get released. And it's like full cut. I don't know.
Interesting. Well, I'll keep an eye out for that one. Dimitri says Them Alpacas for Color Out of Space. Do we consider Emma as a 2020 film? Well, I ranked it last year as one of my favorite films. But there's a new film called Emma from Pablo Larraín. He made the Jackie biopic a few years ago. But it's a Chilean film. It's on movie. It's really fucking good. I won't give you the synopsis because going blind, go for it. But it's a really good. It's a really interesting film. There's fire. I can tell you there's fire. There's funky dancing called reggaeton in it. So yeah, René also says Untold Story is bloody good. Oh, we've actually surpassed our longest stream time now.
Wow.
We've passed it by 6 minutes.
Erik,
Ebola. Yeah, Kuckerberg, Ebola Syndrome 2. Great Anthony Wong.
Yeah, it's entertaining if you like stuff that gets a little disgusting. That one's about a guy who goes, I think, to Africa and he contracts the Ebola virus, goes back to Hong Kong, and attempts to spread it.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's kind of a part. There's a lot of black humor in it.
I don't mind. I really don't mind dark humor. But yeah, that sounds wild actually. It's like, but the thing is like even when you even think of like ideas for a movie, and then it's just like, oh yeah, let's make a movie about Ebola. Why the fuck not? Like what goes through your head, you know, when you go with these ideas? It's crazy. Have you seen Glass Cage?
In a Glass Cage. It's a Spanish like dark thriller horror. Really good. Yeah. Really disturbing. It's about a guy. I saw it one time like 15 years ago. I want to add it to my collection. It concerns a guy who has like a glass lung. What do they call it? A glass lung or something like that, where he's like
Oh, he's in that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and there's some crazy stuff that happens in that. I like it though.
Yeah, I'm just reading the synopsis now. It's fucking crazy. Years of committing atrocities as torture of interned children during the Holocaust, Nazi doctor and certified paedophile Klaus continues to murder little boys. After a gruesomely botched suicide attempt leaves Klaus in prison in an iron lung, he gives up his sickening pastime. But when a mysterious teenager named Angelo arrives at his home claiming to be a nurse, Klaus happily hires the boy as his new attendant, a decision he soon regrets. This is kind of like Hard Candy, but with pedophile. Well, like Nazi pedophiles.
It's more artistic and disturbing, I think.
Okay. The pictures look crazy. Fucking hell. Okay, right.
Add it to the list.
That is actually going on my list. 1986, man.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Fuck.
Now I want to buy it.
I can only see a DVD of it at the moment. But, yeah. It's actually, on Letterboxd, it's rated 3.6.
Yeah.
That's quite decent. Fucking hell. Okay. Emma is like an Almodovar story by way of Verhoeven and Noé. That's a nice way to put it, actually. Horrible High Heels is an awesome slept-on cattle also. Horrible Heels.
Oh, category 3. I remember liking it, but a lot of the details escape me. I thought it was good, but I wasn't like elite on my list.
You got Renee now saying Dion's must-watch list is becoming epic. That's true. There's been a lot of interesting, obscure titles shared with me today, and I appreciate that wholeheartedly. Yeah. Right. Any more questions, or shall we call this a night now? Because it is YN in the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
In the land of Queen Elizabeth II. And her glorious presence. My queen.
God bless my queen.
Good old Liz.
Got a picture of her right in front of me, hanging up. God bless her. Love that queen.
Do you want me to tell you my funny royal story before we leave?
Go on then.
Well, not funny, but right. Do you know the TV show In-Betweeners?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when the In-Betweeners movie came out in the United Kingdom, Prince William and Kate were living on Anglesey, which is really close to me. So one day we go see the In-Betweeners movie, and then we just see loads of goons there, like, bald-headed guys, shirts, jeans, and shit like that. And we were like, why is there like big muscular men here? And then we just sat down, and then we noticed that Prince William and Kate were sitting in the same screening as us to watch a really stupid comedy about 4 kids going on their first holiday together. And I have seen the future king of Great Britain laugh his head off on poo-poo.
I remember he's like a chairman of BAFTA.
Yeah.
Isn't he? So.
Yeah. So we both attended a screening of the In-Betweeners movie together.
Oh God.
So yeah, I have watched the movie with the future king of England. So that's how I'm gonna end my story.
Okay. Wait in the stream.
Dimitri's at 3 a.m. Kuckerberg, let's not forget that there are weirdos that actually consider Serbian film to be art, mainly tossers. Renee says I am one of those weirdos. Anyway, Hus, you can sign us out if you wish, my friends.
Thank you very much, guys, for coming in. Thank you very much to Erik for joining us. Always a great time with you on here.
For having me.
I think we got to do a horror one. I think we'll get you and Dimitri on here. Do a 4-way.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hell in a Cell.
Yeah, Hell in a Cell.
Hell in a Cell, tables, ladders, and chairs.
Yeah.
It's going to be epic.
Definitely.
We can be the Dudley Brothers if you want.
Yeah. You and me.
Devon, get the tables. Oh god. Anyway, goodbye everybody. It was nice
Bye,
to see you
everyone.
all.
Thank you very much,
ya.
and I'll see you next week.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Namaste. Bye.
Bye.